Chapter 168. He Ji-chu stopped in his tracks, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashing. Gu Nianji, you have a lunch meeting at noon. Did you forget? Gu Nianji looked up in shock. I have a lunch meeting. Why didn't I know about it? Why didn't anyone notify me? Now that you know, I'll inform you on the spot. Can't I? He Ji-chu's voice was even colder than his attitude. If you have time, spend more time thinking about your profession. Don't just think about buying breakfast for people. Who are you to him? If his wife in China knew about this, would he have a good reputation? I'm not an errand girl. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. Of course, she didn't specialize in running errands for others, but when He Ji-chu mentioned Brother Huang's wife, Gu Nianji had to be careful. She let go of He Ji-chu's sleeve, feeling a little flustered. Professor He, I didn't mean anything by it. Senior Brother Huang's wife wouldn't misunderstand, right? I'm just buying breakfast. He Ji-chu lowered his eyes, his long black eyelashes covering his shimmering almond-shaped eyes. If you only buy breakfast for Goldie, do you think others will misunderstand? Ah. Gu Nianji let out a long sigh. She couldn't help but think back to when she was still at C University. Mei Xiaoan had bought her breakfast every day, and he had only bought it for her. Everyone had tacitly agreed that Mei Xiaoan was pursuing her. It seemed that doing so would indeed cause misunderstandings. However, if she wanted to get closer to Senior Brother Huang, buying breakfast was one of the methods. Then what should we do? I don't want his wife to misunderstand. Gu Nianji walked forward with a headache and left He Ji-chu in the hallway. He Ji-chu put his hands in the pockets of his black trousers. He couldn't believe that Gu Nianji had left on her own. He turned to look in the direction of the speaker's office, then turned back to look at the slender figure in front of him, whose shoulders drooped as if she had been struck by a blow. He then looked up at the ceiling of the hallway before finally accepting his fate and striding forward to catch up to Gu Nianji. He suggested stiffly, if you don't want little Huang's wife to misunderstand, you can buy breakfast for other people as well. If you buy it for someone else, even if his wife finds out, she won't misunderstand. Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks, her dark eyes dancing with joy. Yes, yes, yes. Professor, he was really experienced. Let's do this. I'll buy breakfast for others right away. With that said, he walked towards the small restaurant that sold breakfast. He Ji-chu followed behind her and couldn't help but cough. He said nonchalantly, I don't have any experience. I'm just talking about human nature. By the way, you're in luck. I'll give you a chance. I haven't had breakfast today, so you can buy me one too. Gu Nianji turned around and looked at He Ji-chu strangely. Professor He, don't you never eat breakfast? He only drinks red wine. I've heard about it from my classmates. He Ji-chu's gaze instantly froze, and the roots of his teeth itched. He sneered. You're smart again now. Didn't you say that you would get a stomachache if you skipped breakfast? You were just trying to persuade Goldie, but what about now? It seems that your feelings for Goldie are not ordinary. Gu Nianji wanted to bang her head against the ground. She felt like she couldn't reason with him. She turned around abruptly and rushed into the restaurant. 5 more English breakfasts. The chef in the tall white hat packed 5 breakfast cartons for her, and the cashier printed out a receipt. 75 yuan. Gu Nianji took out her wallet and sadly discovered that she only had a little over 50 yuan in cash. She still didn't have an American credit card, and she couldn't bring any of the Hua Xia Imperial credit cards that Hu Xiaoheng had given her. She usually withdrew money from Zhao Liangze. $50 a day was usually enough for her, but she didn't have enough in an emergency like this. Gu Nianji's tiny face flushed red. She stammered, I. Can I just have 3? No way. These are all freshly made. If you don't want them, Who should I give them to? The dark-skinned girl at the cashier arrogantly refused to give her a refund. Then Gu Nianji turned around and looked at He. Professor He, can you lend me some money? He was already furious with Gu Nianji. It wasn't easy for him to get breakfast prepared by Gu Nianji, but in the end, he had to pay for it himself. With a sullen face, he took out his black card and handed it over. The dark-skinned girl's expression changed instantly. She smiled widely at He. Thank you, Mr. He. After swiping the card, Gu Nianji walked out with He with the 5 breakfast cartons. She handed one to him. Professor He, here's your breakfast. He pursed his lips and took the carton from her. His voice was still sharp. This doesn't count, because I'm treating everyone to breakfast. If you want to clear your name, you'll have to buy it again. He turned around and left. Gu Nianji pouted. She took the other 4 breakfast cartons back to her office at the Committee of Appropriations. She placed them on Mary's desk and winked at her. Mary, I'm treating everyone to breakfast. Mary grinned from ear to ear. She happily shared the food with the people who had come to work that day. Gu Nianji sat quietly in her small office for a while. She turned on her computer and logged into her account to see if there was anything to do today. There were no projects waiting to be approved or uploaded in the Committee of Appropriations system. She thought about it and opened the history file to look at the projects that had been uploaded in the past. She remembered the dates that Zhao Liangzi had told her yesterday. She tried to pull up the records for the last 3 months. Because she already had Zhao Liangzi's reminder, Gu Nianji immediately discovered that the Congress had indeed allocated funds to the Navy 2 months ago. In terms of quantity, it was a huge amount. How interesting. Gu Nianji suddenly understood what He meant. This was the most interesting place in the U.S. Congress. If the source and direction of the funds were to be considered, many questions could be easily answered. Congress approved so many projects every year that even the members of Congress didn't know how many there were. But not every project was implemented. Only in the Committee of Appropriations could one see which of the projects approved by the Congress were real and which were just fishes in troubled waters. In other words, even a mountain of documents and a watertight speech could lie. Only the flow of money could not. Gu Nianji felt like she had discovered a new continent. She spent the entire morning in her office, focusing on the records of previous appropriations. She was shocked when He call came in. Gu Nianji unlocked the phone, her eyes still glued to the computer screen. Professor He, what's up? Lunch meeting. Did you forget? He cold voice came from the phone. Gu Nianji nodded and quickly logged out of the system. She turned off the computer and picked up her small backpack to walk out of the Committee of Appropriations. I'll wait for you at the front steps of Capitol Hill. He hung up. When Gu Nianji came out, she saw a shiny black Rolls-Royce parked in the empty space in front of the Capitol Hill steps. Was this it? Gu Nianji looked around and saw only one car parked there. Parking was usually not allowed here. He poked his head out of the back seat. Come here. What are you waiting for? Gu Nianji quickly walked over and opened the door to sit in the back seat. Drive. He ordered the driver in front. Gu Nianji remembered a joke that people who drove Rolls-Royces had to have chauffeurs because if they drove, people would think they were the chauffeur. She lowered her head and smiled faintly, unable to contain her laughter. When He saw her smile, his pent-up frustrations immediately dissipated and he smiled back. The car stopped at a French restaurant in D.C. and He led her inside. The two of them actually got a private room in this famous expensive restaurant. It was rare for American restaurants to have a private room, regardless of whether it was high-end or low-end. Gu Nianji sat down happily and waited for the waiter to serve the food, but she still didn't see anyone. Professor He, wasn't there supposed to be a lunch meeting? Where is everyone? She looked at the door of the private room and asked in confusion. Isn't everyone here? He Ji-chu picked up his knife and fork to cut up a medium steak and drizzle it with sauce. Gu Nianji finally understood. Just the two of us. How is this a lunch meeting? She grumbled as she cut up her crab cake and ate slowly. Can't two people have a meeting? He Ji-chu didn't even look up as he picked up a wine glass and handed it to Gu Nianji. Give me the red wine. Gu Nianji quickly picked up a bottle of red wine from the table and poured a shallow glass for He Ji-chu. Today's lunch meeting is about your recent work. I heard you've been hanging around the various offices of the Committee of Appropriations. He Ji-chu listed out everything Gu Nianji had done for the past few days. Gu Nianji sweated as she listened to him. So there were spies around her as well. Got it, I'll work hard from now on. She didn't argue with He Ji-chu and obediently admitted her mistake. She then remembered the tip of the iceberg she had seen from the Committee of Appropriations' internal system and giggled. I kind of understand what Professor he meant. What do you mean? You said that the Committee of Appropriations is the most useful department in Congress. Gu Nianji poured He Ji-chu another shallow glass of red wine. I've discovered that it is indeed the case. I'm confirming my suspicions. Oh. Tell me about it. He Ji-chu didn't expect Gu Nianji to have a clue so soon. He picked up his glass and took a sip of red wine. He looked up at Gu Nianji over the rim of the glass. Gu Nianji shook her head. It's not time yet. I'll explain it to Professor He when I have everything figured out. Sounds good. He Ji-chu slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin. But remember not to be too late, or you won't get a birthday present. Oh. Oh. Gu Nianji nodded. She had almost forgotten about that. Professor He, please wait and see. While He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji were having lunch, Zhao Liangzi was on a video call with Hu Xiaoheng. After he finished reporting, he hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying to Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Xiao, I showed the data to Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng's expression didn't change at all, but Zhao Liangzi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was like being stared at by a bloodthirsty beast. Mr. Hua. Zhao Liangzi spoke slowly, his voice trembling. Did I do something wrong? Little Zay, you know that Nianji has a photographic memory. You showed her the data, and you expect me to say you're right. Hu Xiaoheng felt indescribably frustrated. He threw the mouse away and took out a cigarette. He lit it in front of the computer and took a long drag. He hid his face behind the rising white smoke. Zhao Liangzi lowered his head. He didn't dare meet Hu Xiaoheng's eyes. He mumbled, I just wanted to find out the truth as soon as possible. You still shouldn't have shown it to her. Hu Xiaoheng switched his hand to hold the cigarette. He held the mouse with his right hand and clicked on another file. There was also a set of data stored there. It was data on the changes in the magnetic field. This file had been created 6 years ago. The data from 6 years ago was almost identical to the data Hu Xiaoheng and the others had just discovered. The latitude and longitude coordinates of the file from 6 years ago were a street in the Huaxia Empire's Sea City. On that day, there had been a serious car accident in the area. Hu Xiaoheng, who had been ordered to protect the scientists collecting data from the scene, rescued a 12-year-old girl from the burning car. She was Gu Nianji. The magnetic field changes in the downtown area 6 years ago are almost identical to the magnetic field changes at the bottom of the Gulf of Aden 6 years later. You want to show something like this to Nianji? Hu Xiaoheng's hand gripped the mouse so tightly that he wanted to crush it. If I'm not wrong, this kind of data overlap is definitely not a coincidence. This must have something to do with Nianji. Since we can't break the ice, why not let her find it herself? Zhao Liangzi mustered up his courage and looked up at Hu Xiaoheng on the other end of the video call. Besides, Huashao agreed to let Nianji come to the United States. Wasn't it to break the ice? So that more people could appear. To put it bluntly, Gu Nianji was now their bait. How could they stir up a pool of spring water if they didn't scatter the bait everywhere? Huashaohing's deep eyes were bottomless. He was silent for a long time before finally acquiescing to Zhao Liang's actions. Remember to report back at any time. With that, he closed the video call and walked to the balcony with a cigarette in his hand. He looked out at the mountains in a daze. The Sea City Special Operations Forces base was dark in the middle of the night. Only the flickering of the cigarette between his fingers matched his fluctuating thoughts. After Gu Nianji's lunch meeting, He Zhichu sent her back to the Capitol building. He didn't get out of the car. He tilted his head at her and handed her a credit card. Take it. I have to go out for the next few days. Remember to write a report every day and send it to my email. I'll check it every day. Got it, Professor He. Gu Nianji's voice was almost dejected as she rejected He Zhichu's credit card. Professor He, I can't take this card. However, He Zhichu replied coldly, my graduate students all have it. It's from the university's endowment. Gu Nianji could only accept He Zhichu's credit card and shove it back into her backpack. She hung her head and walked back to the Capitol building with heavy steps. She went to look for Brother Huang first. Brother Huang saw her and asked anxiously, where did you go? Are you still going to eat lunch? Of course I am. I'm starving. Gu Nianji remembered that He Zhichu had just left, so no one should know about their lunch meeting. Brother Huang took her to a small restaurant on the Capitol building for lunch. It was lunchtime, so the restaurant was especially crowded. Gu Nianji only asked for a vegetable juice. She held it in her hand and found a corner to sit with Brother Huang. Senior Brother Huang stared at her vegetable juice, dumbfounded. This is your lunch? No way. You don't have to save money for me. I bought lunch with my card. We didn't have to pay for it. Gu Nianji was taken aback. Brother Huang, you have a credit card. How come I didn't know about it? He Zhichu had just given her one. Brother Huang obviously had a credit card for a long time. Teaching assistant Wen said there's a problem with your paperwork. She's still negotiating with the bank. Brother Huang quickly explained. It's the same if you use mine. Do you want to buy something else to eat? This was the second and third update in a row, including the monthly pass of 4,300 plus updates. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 169. In addition, Mohan requested for monthly votes again. This request for monthly votes was less than 1,000 words long. It was free and didn't take any money. Dear friends, please express your support. Oh, N_N. Oh. It's the middle of the month. Dear friends, your monthly subscriptions should be out, right? If you still have monthly votes, if you haven't voted for 5 monthly votes, can you vote for the Major General? Please vote for monthly votes. Please vote for monthly votes. Please vote for monthly votes. If you don't have monthly votes anymore, recommendation votes will do. Mwah. Chapter 170. There's a problem with the paperwork. Gu Nianji was even more confused. What problem could there be? I heard there was a problem with the background check when you applied for a credit card. The credit company investigated your 2 cases, and although it was a close call, the credit card company required the applicant to provide a notarized certificate, so it hasn't been approved yet. Brother Huang was very eager to help Wen Shuyi explain, and carefully advised Gu Nianji, let's not make life difficult for the professors. No matter what, teaching assistant Wen is still a teacher, why do you have to keep picking on her? I believe she didn't mean for the credit card. Here, listen to me and go buy some food, I'll give you my card. Brother Huang didn't allow for an argument and shoved his credit card into Gu Nianji's hand. He didn't have to pay the credit card debt anyway, so he was more than happy to be generous. Gu Nianji wouldn't have accepted it that day, so she quickly declined. "It's really okay, I'm on a diet, I don't want to eat that much." She made up an excuse and didn't want to talk about it anymore, so she asked about Brother Huang's work and how he was doing with the Freedom of the Sea Passage Committee. Finally, she slowly changed the topic to the Navy warships that had recently returned from the Gulf of Aden. Brother Huang was just about to use all sorts of topics to pique Gu Nianji's interest, so he leaned over and whispered mysteriously, "Nianji, this is interesting. I heard so many warships were sent to not only deal a heavy blow to the Somali pirates, but more importantly, to protect a research ship." Research ship? Gu Nianji frowned and pretended to be uninterested. The Navy and a research ship, why don't they go to heaven? I think it's weird too. They spent so much effort and money, and I wonder what kind of scientific project they're investigating. Brother Huang shook his head disapprovingly and focused on his lunch. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she had an idea. She finished lunch with Brother Huang and hurried back to her small office at the Committee of Appropriations to check the Navy's expenditure from 2 months ago for sending warships to the Gulf of Aden. The source and direction of the cash was indeed interesting. Gu Nianji easily found the name of the research ship from the list of system suppliers. It turned out that it was participating in the Navy's operations as a partner. This research ship belonged to Physical World Limited Liability Company. Gu Nianji's gaze lingered on the Physical World Company's name for a moment, and she made a mental note of it. When she got home that night, Gu Nianji went to Zhao Liang's room and relayed Brother Huang's words to him. She also mentioned the company that she had found out the research ship belonged to. Zhao Liangzi was very satisfied. He patted her shoulder and praised her. "Good job, Nianji. I was right about you." As he spoke, he asked Gu Nianji to continue learning computer and network knowledge from him. It's not a burden to have more skills, and it's not a burden to be in debt. It just so happens that I'll be here to take care of you for the next 6 months. Why don't you continue to learn computer networking from me? Gu Nianji couldn't have asked for more. She was bored out of her mind every day, and if she could learn some practical internet knowledge from Zhao Liangzi, she wouldn't have to waste her precious 6 months of time. Seeing that Gu Nianji readily agreed, Zhao Liangzi gave her the encyclopedia of internet networking that he had written. You can only read it at home. You can't bring it into the capital. Of course not. I'm an intern at the capital, and I get paid. How can I do private work? Gu Nianji sniffled at Zhao Liangzi, then returned to her room with a smile. Zhao Liangzi began searching for information about the Physical World Company on the internet. Strangely, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find any information about the company. In today's internet world, even company registration can be checked online. A company with a name and official relationship with the UA Congress and the Navy is completely missing on the internet. What is the reason? Zhao Liangzi looked at the search interface and chuckled. He had given himself away. Americans probably didn't understand the saying, trying to cover up makes it more obvious. The fact that he couldn't find anything was a huge problem in itself. He sent the information to Hu Xiaoheng in an encrypted email. When Hu Xiaoheng saw the email, he knew that Gu Nianji had found the information again. After a moment of silence, he forwarded the information to the Special Operations Forces Archives Department for them to archive. At the same time, the Special Operations Forces had their own special ground department responsible for searching for such information. Just having the internet wasn't enough. Before Gu Nianji went to the capital the next day, she also heard the news from Zhao Liangzi. You really can't find anything on the internet? Gu Nianji was also surprised. I'll search the system to see if I can find a specific address, phone number, or something. She went to her small office in the capital and quickly found the list of suppliers. However, this time, no matter how she searched, the the supplier named Physical World had completely disappeared from the system. Gu Nianji's heart thumped, and she couldn't help but continue searching. After a long time, she finally discovered that someone had added security privileges to the Navy supplier list. Gu Nianji was an intern, so she didn't have security privileges at all. Therefore, she couldn't check the secret supplier list that had security privileges. A research ship had clearly entered the Gulf of Aden with the help of the U.S. Navy, but it had become a supplier. In other words, not only had the U.S. Navy confiscated its money, but they had also paid it. Was the U.S. government really Lei Feng? Gu Nianji rubbed her chin and pondered. Knock, knock, someone knocked on her computer desk. Gu Nianji looked up to find Wen Shuyi's face as bright as a silver plate in front of her. Teaching assistant Wen. Gu Nianji stood up and asked with a smile, "What can I do for you?" Wen Shuyi placed a credit card on her computer desk. "This is your card." "I'm sorry, it's a few days later than Little Huang's card. Because of the background check, I need to find a notary to prove that your 2 lawsuits have been settled." Teaching assistant Wen, the first time was when someone sued me, and then they dropped the case. The second time was when I sued them for false accusation, and they pleaded guilty and paid a large sum of money. Gu Nianji shook her finger at Wen Shuyi. Neither counts as settlements. Don't get it wrong. Wen Shuyi nodded with a smile. I know. None of it was your fault. I've been away for the past 2 months, and you've been wronged. If I had been here, it wouldn't have gone to court. Professor, he is busy with work, and sometimes neglects you. I hope you don't mind. In Professor He's heart, he values his students the most. Although Gu Nianji didn't like it, she couldn't argue with her and insist that Professor He treated her differently. Even if he really treated her differently, she couldn't say it herself. That would be so degrading, so Gu Nianji simply took out the credit card He Jichu had given her and waved it at Wen Shuyi with a sweet smile. Teaching assistant Wen, Professor, he really treats us very well. When he found out that I didn't have a credit card, he resolutely gave me his own. What kind of spirit is this? This is the spirit of internationalism that doesn't care about self-interest. Teaching assistant Wen, do you understand Professor He's painstaking efforts? This is the first update. Thank you all for your monthly votes and recommendation votes yesterday. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,400 plus updates. Around 1 in the afternoon. P.S. Thank you for the gift of Heshabi yesterday. Thank you Madam Chushue for the gift yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 171. Wen Shuyi's expression froze for a moment as her eyes fell on the credit card in Gu Nianji's hand. After a while, she laughed self-deprecatingly. Looks like you've told on me again. Sigh, Nianji, I'm really doing this for your own good. Even if you don't appreciate it, don't think so badly of me every time, okay? I never make assumptions about a person's character. Gu Nianji put away the credit card He Jichu had given her, her lips curving into a mocking smile. I only infer a person's character from their actions. Teaching assistant Wen, what you're thinking has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to know. I just hope to get through the next 6 months safely and return to the Empire to continue my studies. Wen Shuyi stared at Gu Nianji, her eyes filled with obvious pity and sympathy, making Gu Nianji feel uncomfortable. She sat down unceremoniously and continued to work on the computer. Without looking up, she asked, Teaching assistant Wen, is there anything else? Wen Shuyi sighed and looked at her steadily. Gu Nianji looked up from the computer and stared back at her without flinching. She saw Wen Shuyi's slightly plump figure, silver plate-like cheeks, thin eyebrows, small mouth, straight nose, and slightly upturned almond-shaped eyes. They were a bit like He Jichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes, but even more slender. She looked like a court lady from an ancient painting, plump and round. When she didn't speak, she was very gentle and moving. Gu Nianji studied Wen Shuyi's face carefully, and the more she looked, the more familiar she felt. Who does she look like? Gu Nianji's thoughts began to run wild again, and her eyes were almost unfocused. When Shi looked at Gu Nianji quietly for a while, and when she saw that she was quickly losing focus, she smiled and turned to leave Gu Nianji's small office. Gu Nianji stared at Wen Shi's back and suddenly remembered. She remembered why Wen Shi looked familiar to her. In her bedroom in the Fengya precinct in Sea City, there were several dolls she had played with as a child. She wore a misty purple princess dress, thick bangs, slender eyes, silver plate-like cheeks, and a plump figure. She looked like a little girl from an ancient painting. That feeling was 60 to 70% similar to Wen Shi. Of course, there were many areas where they didn't resemble each other, but the main thing was their temperament. Wen Shi actually looked somewhat similar to her dolls. This was really interesting. Gu Nianji bit the shaft of her pen. She planned to call Hua Xiaoheng when she got home that night to ask about the origins of those dolls. After a long day at the Appropriations Committee, she finally realized that the system was closed to her. Apart from some of the most basic things, she could not look up anything else. What else could he do? She would just plant the mushrooms in peace. When she got home that night, Gu Nianji had dinner with Zhao Liangze and asked him about the dolls. Brother Zhe, do you remember the dolls I always held in my arms when I was young? I remember. What's wrong? Zhao Liangze scooped a bowl of soup for her. Drink some yam pork ribs soup. It can help you grow taller. Gu Nianji wasn't in a hurry to drink the soup. She took out her phone and pulled up Wen Shi's photo. Brother Zhe, don't you think she looks a little like one of my dolls? Thin eyebrows, small mouth, phoenix eyes, and a little chubby. Zhao Liangze glanced at her and gave her a condescending look. Thin eyebrows, small mouth, phoenix eyes, and a little chubby. These characteristics almost encompass a third of the women in the northwestern provinces of the Huaxia Empire. Are you narrowing down the scope of your investigation? Congratulations, you narrowed down the ratio from 1 in a billion to 1 in 10 million. Oh. You don't think so? Gu Nianji's large eyes widened. Her pupils were especially dark and bright. Under the light, they glowed like high-quality obsidian. Really? It's not that they don't look alike. It's just that this similarity is a general similarity in appearance, just like a race. White people are similar to white people, and black people are similar to black people. Do you understand? Zhao Liangze patted her shoulder. So this similarity doesn't mean anything. Gu Nianji looked at Wen Shi's photo carefully. It did indeed look like what Zhao Liangze had described. The sudden sense of familiarity that had come over her in the small office this morning was now gone. She sighed and turned off her phone. Looks like I was overthinking it. Don't you hate her a lot? Why would you associate her with your favorite doll? Zhao Liangze also thought it was interesting. He chatted with Gu Nianji as he cut his steak with a knife. I hate her a lot. She dug a hole for me the first time we met. I don't like her. But she's professor, he's assistant. Whether I like her or not, she's always there. Gu Nianji finished the yam pork rib soup in one gulp, then picked the yam from within to eat. Okay, then don't think too much about it. Just ignore her. The more you hate her, the more you value her. Why bother making things difficult for yourself? Zhao Liangze cut his steak into small pieces and poured sauce on them. He used a fork to put the pieces into his mouth. His eyes narrowed as he ate. Gu Nianji didn't want to eat anymore. She propped her chin on her hand and started talking about the supplier. I could still find out yesterday, but I actually got permission today. I can't see the supplier's details anymore. Zhao Liangze paused. You got permission? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just added today. Because I just pulled up the data and reports yesterday. Gu Nianji nodded with certainty. Zhao Liangzi thought about it. I got it. They probably added a trigger option under the suppliers list. When the supplier was discovered by someone who wasn't on their internal list, the permission was automatically added. It's a very simple smart encryption program. I can only say that there's something wrong with the supplier. Then did you tell Uncle Hua? Gu Nianji looked at Zhao Liangzi eagerly. If you didn't tell him, I can tell him. Zhao Liangzi looked at her and suddenly smiled. I didn't make it very clear. I think it's more appropriate for you to tell him. He winked at her as he spoke. Gu Nianji jumped up happily. I'll go make the call. She rushed to her room and slammed the door shut. She took out her phone and began dialing Hua Xiaoheng's number. Zhao Liangzi was still sitting in the dining room eating dinner. He stared at Gu Nianji's door with a thoughtful expression on his face. Gu Nianji sprawled on her bed and finally dialed Hua Xiaoheng's number. Uncle Hua. Gu Nianji rolled over and lay on her back on the bed, the corners of her mouth curling up uncontrollably. Hua Xiaoheng was in the middle of a meeting. When he heard Gu Nianji's call through his earpiece, he answered and immediately hung up. He took out his phone and sent a text, meeting. Gu Nianji read Hua Xiaoheng's text over and over again. But that was all. Hua Xiaoheng was currently discussing with his subordinates about sending a research ship to the Gulf of Aden. According to our investigation, Physical World was founded by a Harvard physics professor, but it's only a small limited liability company. It's not a public company, and all of its registration information is highly confidential. Lieutenant Colonel Zhao, who was in charge of North American intelligence, stood on the podium in the conference room and explained the results of their investigation. Bai Yuxing's defection 2 months ago dealt a huge blow to the Secret Service's power in North America. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find so little information. He shook his head regretfully and got down from the podium to sit down in a chair below. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment, then gave the order. Then send a research ship to the Gulf of Aden first, and at the same time, send 2 warships to escort it. Those random pirates in the Gulf of Aden wouldn't dare touch the warships of the regular army. We'll need to coordinate with the Southern Military Region to send the warships. Bai Yuerand, the Colonel Director of the 6th Military Region's Legal Department, was also present at the meeting. Or the Eastern Military Region. Only those 2 military regions have a navy. The Southern Military Region. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer and looked at the sea map. There are many places in the South China Sea. It'll be easy to provide support. That's true. The South China Sea has a lot of uncanny workmanship. We have to protect it well. Everyone smiled knowingly. After the meeting was adjourned, Bai Yueran was the last to leave. She waited for everyone to leave before saying to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, this time, my aunt will personally make a trip there. Don't worry, Hua Xiao. My aunt will find out if anything is amiss. Bai Yueran's aunt, Bai Jeannie, was a famous physicist in the Huaxia Empire. She was in her 50s and had never married. It was said that she was obsessed with academia and refused to waste time on marriage and family. 6 years ago, Bai Jeannie was the first to discover an anomaly in the magnetic field data of a certain street in Sea City. Hua Xiaoheng had also been ordered to protect her. This time, the same magnetic field data had appeared again. Naturally, Bai Jeannie had to go again. I'll do my best. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have much hope. It was purely because everyone was sending warships to that area this time. It would be unreasonable for the Huaxia Empire not to join in. Although the magnetic field data was the same as the one from 6 years ago, because it was at the bottom of the sea, there were too many uncertainties. Hua Xiaoheng didn't plan to invest too much energy. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to talk anymore, Bai Yueran could only leave. Hua Xiaoheng returned to his office and looked at his watch. It was 11 a.m., so it should be 11 p.m. in the eastern United States. He thought about it and decided to call Gu Nianji back. Nianji, what's up? His voice sounded from the other end of the line. Gu Nianji immediately felt her ear heat up. Uncle Hua, I just wanted to ask about the physical world. I want to tell you, I wanted to look into more things today, but I found that the report had been censored. I can't see it anymore. Gu Nianji pressed the phone to the right side of her face, her voice very low. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. Then don't look into it anymore. It's not good to attract unnecessary attention. Okay, I understand. Gu Nianji said obediently. Zhao Liangzi had told her to stop, but she wouldn't listen. But as soon as Hua Xiaoheng said it, she immediately agreed. She decided not to risk looking into the historical records again. Is there anything else? It's already 11 a.m., aren't you going to sleep? Hua Xiaoheng put on his earphones and walked out of his office. He was going to the cafeteria for lunch. Gu Nianji didn't want to hang up right away, so she started talking about Wen Shi and her dolls. She asked excitedly, Uncle Hua, where did I buy those dolls? Were they from the western provinces? Bought? Hua Xiaoheng laughed. They were custom-made. You can't buy them. Custom-made? Gu Nianji was surprised. How did you come up with custom-made dolls? I'll tell you on your 18th birthday, Hua Xiaoheng said after a while, then hung up the phone. Okay. Gu Nianji bit her lip and rubbed her ears, which were tingling from the heat. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was so melodious that it was almost at the same frequency as her heartbeat. Was that the sound of her heart beating? There was no sound from the other end of the line. Gu Nianji continued to lie on the bed, clutching the phone. A gentle breeze blew in from the window, bringing with it the coolness of the night. Her heart was burning and her cheeks were flushed, even more obvious in the night air. Gu Nianji wiped her face and sat up, hugging her legs. She sighed, she realized how much she missed Uncle Hua. She wanted to see him, to talk to him face to face. In the future, when he got married and had a child, she wouldn't be able to call him whenever she wanted without any scruples. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and was about to turn off the lights when she heard her phone ring again. This time it was Mei Xiaowen. Gu Nianji's slender fingers reached out to unlock the phone and answer. Hello, Xiaowen. Nianji, who were you on the phone with? Why did it take so long? Isn't it past 11 p.m. over there? Mei Xiaowen's voice was confused, a little different from his usual gentle tone. I was busy. Gu Nianji didn't think she needed to report everything to Mei Xiaowen. What about you? It's so late, what's up? Can't I call you if I don't have anything to say? Mei Xiaowen said quietly. I miss you, do you miss me? Gu Nianji's heart softened. Yeah, I miss you too. What are you doing? I just finished a meeting. I'm going to lunch now. Mei Xiaowen held his phone and stood in front of his office window, one hand in his trouser pocket, the other looking out at the blue sky and white clouds. Nianji, it's your 18th birthday next month. I'll go to America to celebrate your birthday, okay? Yeah, okay. Gu Nianji smiled happily. There were quite a lot of people celebrating her birthday this time. She was 18, so she was about to become an adult. But once she became an adult, she wouldn't need a guardian anymore. Gu Nianji's mood quickly sank. His voice had a nasal sound to it. Mei Xiaowen didn't seem to notice as he excitedly explained how he was going to celebrate her birthday on the other end of the phone. He even asked what she wanted for her birthday. Gu Nianji smiled. I'm happy you're coming. I'm not picky about the gift. Hey, that's the most annoying way you put it. Mei Xiaowen chuckled. You say you're not picky, but you're pickier than anyone else. Ha, Xiaowen knows me so well. That's the kind of person I am, what can you do about it? What? Of course I'm going to beat you up. I'm going to correct all your bad habits and make you the perfect goddess in my heart. I'll love you for the rest of my life. It was rare for Mei Xiaoan to be so direct about his feelings for Gu Nianji. This was the second and third update of the series, including the monthly votes of 4,400 plus updates. A reminder about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 172. Gu Nianji was very uncomfortable and objected without hesitation. You want me to change my bad habits to become your goddess? No, Mei Xiaoan, I don't want to be that kind of goddess. Nianji. Mei Xiaoan smiled and said confidently, don't be in a hurry to object. When we fall in love with someone, we want to become a better person for them. Don't you want to do that for me? Gu Nianji was speechless. She thought about it carefully and shook her head. No, you can't ask me to change myself and become what you like. Either you like me the way I am now, or you find a goddess that suits you. Otherwise, you can go find a goddess that suits you. I won't change myself for you. Mei Xiaoan's smile faded, and his downturned lips betrayed his displeasure. Even if she didn't agree with him, couldn't she say it in a tactful way? Jiang Hongcha had obviously done a better job than Gu Nianji in this regard. If Jiang Hongcha didn't agree with some things, she wouldn't openly object. Instead, she would quietly change his views and ideas like a gentle spring breeze. That way, the two of them could reach an agreement without hurting his pride. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, was still too young to understand compromise and obedience. Mei Xiaoan sighed. The little girl still needed to be taught. Although teaching her was tiring, he had molded her exactly the way he wanted her to be. It was much better than Jiang Hongcha's gentle stubbornness. To put it this way, Mei Xiaoan felt that being with Gu Nianji was tiring in the beginning because he had to put in a lot of effort to change her. He had to erase her untimely edges and spoiled personality that was deeply embedded in her bones. But in the end, they would get along seamlessly. Gu Nianji would become a docile woman who treated him like the sky, listened to everything he said, and loved him for the rest of her life. As for Jiang Hongcha, although he liked her very much, she had betrayed him. This was a flaw that he would never forget. It was difficult to ignore. This flaw was enough to erase many of her strengths. Although Gu Nianji had many flaws, she was young, smart, beautiful, and didn't have a strong family background. When she got married, she wouldn't use her family to cause trouble for him. A girl like her was actually the most suitable wife for a scion of an aristocratic family like him. He didn't need to rely on marriage to achieve some kind of benefit. Nianji, don't be so sure. Mei Xiaoan pulled himself together. You don't want to change for me yet because you don't love me that much. When your feelings for me deepen, you will naturally want to change for me. Even if I don't say it, you will want to show a better version of yourself in front of me. Gu Nianji grew even more silent after hearing his words. She lay in bed, hugging her panda pillow in one hand and the phone in the other. She stared at the milky white reliefs on the ceiling, and a voice whispered in her heart, "There's only one person in this world that I'm willing to become better for, and that's Uncle Hu." She respected and worshipped him. He was all she believed in and relied on, so she was willing to do her best to be her best self in front of him. But what does this have to do with love? Gu Nianji composed herself and said tactfully, "Xiaoan, I think you're mistaken. We want to be better people for the sake of our elders' expectations and concerns. But as a couple, we need to be ourselves. If you can't accept the kind of person I am, then I really can't change me to satisfy your needs." She paused, then continued calmly, "Don't waste your time with me." Mei Xiaoan's heart skipped a beat. His voice suddenly grew louder. "Nianji. What do you mean? You want to break up with me just because I made a request? I don't agree. I won't allow it. Listen, I don't agree." Mei Xiaoan waved his arms and spun in circles at the window, venting his anger. Fortunately, the office was on the 30th floor, so he didn't have to worry about anyone seeing him lose his composure. Gu Nianji was frightened by Mei Xiaowen's sudden outburst, and could only comfort him. Xiaowen, calm down, calm down. Here, take a few deep breaths and go drink a glass of water. Yes, put down the glass and sit back on the sofa. Her voice was soft and sweet, almost magical. Mei Xiaowen followed her instructions step by step. When he sat back on the sofa and saw a freshly emptied glass of water on the coffee table, Mei Xiaowen smiled wryly. Nianji, I said I wanted to change you, but you're the one changing me, aren't you? Gu Nianji chuckled. I'm not that good. Class rep, you've always had strong self-control, I was just reminding you. The words class rep seemed to widen the already close distance between them. Mei Xiaowen was annoyed, he knew he had miscalculated. This girl clearly hadn't fallen head over heels in love with him yet. It was too much of a rush for him to make such a request now, and it almost scared her away. Nianji, I was wrong just now. You're such a good girl, why would you need to change? Besides, if you really did change, you wouldn't be you anymore. I like you the way you are. Mei Xiaowen gripped his phone and wiped the sweat from his forehead. See, long-distance relationships are so unreliable. We fought and I couldn't even comfort you in person. Gu Nianji smiled quietly and corrected Mei Xiaowen. Xiaowen, we're not in a relationship yet. Don't forget, we have a 6-month promise. Their promise was that after she returned to the Empire in 6 months, if Mei Xiaowen still wanted her to be his girlfriend, then she would officially agree to it. Yes, you see, I love you so much, I already see you as my girlfriend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such an outrageous request. Mei Xiaowen's words were soft and gentle, his clear baritone voice was very moving. Nianji, you have to forgive me for losing my head just now. You took psychology as an elective, so you should know that people only seek perfection when they're with the people they're closest to. Gu Nianji had taken psychology for half a semester in university to study her own mental state and find a way to recover her memory. She hadn't paid much attention to other aspects. Mei Xiaowen's words reminded her that there was such a saying in psychology. Okay, you don't have to apologize. It's normal for two people to have conflicting views, otherwise why would they need to get along? Don't you think so? It's a long process for two completely different people to become one physically and mentally. Gu Nianji analyzed their relationship from a psychological perspective, and was surprised to find that it made sense. She had always been an expert at armchair strategizing. Mei Xiaowen frowned as he listened, but he knew that he had just annoyed her, so he didn't say anything to object. Jiang Hongcha had waited for him downstairs in the dining room for a long time, but he hadn't come for lunch. Her phone had been busy the entire time, so she had no choice but to come up. Xiaowen, do you still want lunch? I brought it for you. Jiang Hongcha opened the door to his office and walked in with a bag of lunch. Mei Xiaowen looked up and gestured for her to be quiet. He said to Gu Nianji, Okay, my little psychologist, it's late. You should go to bed. Gu Nianji was speechless. Go to bed. Mei Xiaowen spoke tenderly into the phone. Mua, here's a goodnight kiss for you. Gu Nianji felt goosebumps all over her body. She hung up without a word and tossed the phone far away on the small single-seater sofa across from the bed. Who are you calling? Why are you talking so softly? Jiang Hongcha sat next to him and glanced at Mei Xiaowen's phone screen. She saw that Gu Nianji's profile picture had just faded. Is that your little girlfriend? She's angry, so I'm coaxing her. Mei Xiaowen reached out and pulled Jiang Hongcha into his arms. He tilted his head and saw Jiang Hongcha pout. What's wrong? Are you jealous? This is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,500 plus updates. It'll be around 1 in the afternoon. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Oh, intersection_intersection, oh. Chapter 173. You're with me now, what's there to be jealous about? It's your little girlfriend who's going to be jealous. Jiang Hongcha opened the lunchbox carelessly and put away her chopsticks. Eat, I just bought this from a restaurant. Mei Xiaowen's heart ached when he saw Jiang Hongcha's nonchalant expression. This woman always knew how to arouse his competitive spirit. Mei Xiaowen quickly finished his lunch and dragged Jiang Hongcha along for an afternoon nap. Huashao, these are the photos from the last few weeks. Huashao's orderly, Fan Jian, placed the intimate photos of Mei Xiaowen and Jiang Hongcha on Huashao's desk. What are you going to do? Should I send them to Nianji? Huashao held a cigarette in one hand and flipped through the photos with the other. He replied dryly, send them to her for what? She's underage and can't see them. As long as Mei Xiaowen didn't go to America, Huashao wouldn't interfere. Besides, Mei Xiaowen had been chosen by Gu Nianji herself. Even if he was a scumbag, she had to find out for herself. One does not learn without experience. Gu Nianji had to learn to love on her own. Huashao couldn't help her in that regard. He threw the photos into a special drawer, locked it, and waved for Fan Jian to leave. Sea City was in the middle of autumn at the end of September. It was getting hotter and hotter every day. Huashao sat quietly for a while. He was tall and stalwart, and filled the entire soft-backed chair. His breathtakingly handsome face was filled with a hint of determination and determination. He was faintly discernible in the curling white smoke. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the gaps in the blinds and painted horizontal bars on the floor. It was like an impassable staircase. Huashao. Yin Shixiang knocked on the study door. Huashao put out his cigarette and tossed it into the ashtray. Come in. Oh, Huashao, why are you smoking more and more recently? Yin Shixiang could smell the cigarette smoke in the room. He waved his hand nervously. Did something happen? No. Huashao pointed to the seat in front of him. Sit. Is something the matter? That's good. Yin Shixiang sat down and began to smile cheekily. I just saw Fan Jian. I heard he took some, very hot photos. I came to Huashao's place to broaden my horizons and improve my professional skills in resisting seduction. Huashao opened the drawer and tossed the photo of Mei Xiaowen and Jiang Hongcha at her. See? You look like a boiled chicken. I'm afraid it won't improve your resistance to seduction, but it will improve your resistance to disgust. Yin Shixiang took them and flipped through them excitedly. As he looked, he commented, she's quite fair and doesn't have any muscles. She does look like a boiled chicken, but this woman has a good figure. Look at how she can even do such difficult movements. She should be an experienced driver. You know so much. I learned it from Nianji. You know, I have to take care of her, so I have to learn these online languages. Otherwise, there will be a generation gap. Yin Shixiang said without raising his head. He had finally finished looking at all the photos in detail. He clicked his tongue in praise. Fan Jian is the one who took the photos, right? That kid's getting better and better at controlling the lighting and shadows. There are a few photos where black and white are intertwined. They could be considered artistic photos. Really? Huashao frowned. Don't you think it's disgusting? I think it's pretty good. Both of their figures are much better than the average person. Yin Shixiang chuckled. He looked Huashao up and down with shifty eyes. Huashao, don't tell me you're malfunctioning. That's not good. You need to be healthy. A man's erection is a sign of health. Huashao threw the ashtray at Yin Shixiang's face. Yin Shixiang dodged it with a tilt of his head. He laughed. I'm just kidding. But I'm serious, Hua Xiao. Don't you plan on getting married? You're 28 this year, right? Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretaries knew his whereabouts best. For the past 6 years, he hadn't had a single day of his own time. He had never been seen with any women in private. Of course, he didn't have a girlfriend. Mind your own business. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at him. He turned on his computer and began working. Check my schedule. Clear 2 days before and after Nianji's birthday. Oh. You're going to America to celebrate Nianji's birthday. I'll go too, okay. It's Nianji's 18th birthday. It's a big day. Yin Shixiang's eyes lit up. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng longingly. Yes, of course you have to go. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I watched her grow up. The chubby 12-year-old girl who had been nervous and neurotic all those years ago was a completely different person now. Her 18th birthday was a big day not only for Gu Nianji, but for all of them as well. Hua Xiaoheng was going to America to celebrate Gu Nianji's birthday. He couldn't go in his real identity. But that wasn't a problem for the special ops. Yin Shixiang was already used to doing things like this. 2 weeks later, He Zhichu finally returned. He got off the plane. The first thing he did was go to the Capitol building to see what Gu Nianji was up to. Gu Nianji wasn't in the Appropriations Committee office. Mary, where's my student? He Zhichu smiled as he placed a small gift on Mary's desk. Mary gestured and said dramatically, You're asking about Gu, right? She went to another office to chat. She's free these past few days, so she's been going around a lot. Everyone here knows her. She's a happy little rose. Although He Zhichu was still smiling, the veins on his forehead were beginning to show. Fine, this little girl won't do her job properly. She's running around everywhere. She really needs to be taught a lesson. He Zhichu turned and walked out. He stood in the doorway of the Committee for Freedom of Ocean Travel, his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked at a pretty girl in a pink Chanel dress suit. She stood out among the group of senators and staff in black and white suits. It was Gu Nianji. She sat next to John, the chairman of the Committee for Freedom of Ocean Travel, and chatted with him with a smile. For the past 2 weeks, Gu Nianji hadn't been able to work at the Committee of Appropriations. Something had happened to her account, and it was completely unusable. He Zhichu wasn't around, and she didn't want to go see Wen Shuyi. She didn't want to do anything, so she hung around the committees every day. She learned from Brother Huang's ability to socialize with people and quickly became one with everyone. The counselors and staff members were very happy to have a cute and witty Asian girl to chat with in their spare time. Mr. John, are you sure the United States really wants to withdraw from the International Maritime Convention? But I know that the United States was one of the drafters of the convention. Gu Nianji's large eyes flashed, and she acted as if she didn't have an IQ. Your pretty little brain won't be able to understand this. John chuckled and shook his head. He turned on his computer and showed her a document. Do you know what this is? Gu Nianji frowned and leaned over to see a very old scanned document appear on John's computer screen. The paper was yellowed, and she didn't know how long it had been there. She looked at the signature on the document, and her red lips parted. Oh. It's a document from the last century. Yes, you know about the League of Nations, right? The United States was the initiator, but we didn't join because the Senate objected. John laughed. Interesting, isn't it? Let me tell you, international politics is like this. Don't expect so-called law unfairness. Everything is about power, and it's all about national interest. If joining the convention is in our national interest, then we will definitely join. Now that this convention is hindering our national interest, why are we still in it? Are we just waiting to be trampled on? Don't you think it's a bit embarrassing for a country to go back on its word? Gu Nianji glanced at John. It's the United States, a superpower. John rolled his eyes arrogantly. I don't care what other countries think of us. They can die if they don't like it. Gu Nianji gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. As expected of the Overlord of Western Chu. What's the Overlord of Western Chu? John asked eagerly. Gu Nianji grunted, and was just thinking about how to euphemistically describe the Overlord of Western Chu's suicide when she heard a familiar call from the door. Gu Nianji turned around in surprise. He Ji-Chu stood at the door with a handsome face, but his expression was as cold as Arctic ice. His cold gaze fell on Gu Nianji, as if he wanted to freeze her into a statue. She didn't care at all, nor was she afraid. She giggled and walked quickly to his side. She looked up in surprise. Professor He, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. He Ji-Chu's anger dissipated at Gu Nianji's excited greeting. He reached out and took her arm. He nodded at the people in the office and led her away. Brother Huang knew He Ji-Chu had arrived and quickly chased after him. However, the hallway was already empty. He Ji-Chu had already left with Gu Nianji. Professor He, you're finally back. Ah, the last 2 weeks have been like a year for me. Gu Nianji's mouth was especially sweet as she poured all sorts of heartwarming words on He Ji-Chu. The corners of He Ji-Chu's lips curved higher and higher, and the frost on his face melted away. They went to Gu Nianji's office to retrieve her small backpack and took her to the Rolls-Royce. He ordered the driver, back to the manor. Gu Nianji finally said uneasily. Professor He, you just got back. He Ji-Chu nodded. I just got off the plane. He turned to study her delicate, pretty face. You're doing well, I see you've put on a lot of weight. Oh, no way. Gu Nianji covered her face with both hands. She grew nervous. Looks like I need to lose weight again. I won't have dinner when I get home. He Ji-Chu rolled his eyes. You're just a kid, why would you want to lose weight? Be careful that you don't grow taller. I'm already tall enough. I don't need to grow any taller. Gu Nianji insisted. If I grow any taller, I'll grow horizontally. He Ji-Chu's gaze fell to the pair of high heels she was wearing. Oh. You even know how to wear heels now. Gu Nianji shrank back in embarrassment. That's to match the dress I'm wearing. He Ji-Chu couldn't help reaching out to pat her head. You really missed me. I really did. Gu Nianji nodded vigorously. When you weren't there, teaching assistant one was like a monkey in a cage without a tiger. Then, she blah 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 blah. He Ji-Chu's expression grew darker as he listened. Finally, he said slowly. You missed me because you wanted me to come back and support you. Professor He, you're so smart. You hit the nail on the head. Gu Nianji gave him a thumbs up. If you hadn't come back, I would have wasted the last 6 months. I wouldn't have been able to do anything. She then told him about the problems with her account. He Ji-Chu didn't respond. He leaned against the back seat and rubbed his forehead helplessly. He knew this heartless little girl didn't miss him at all. She just wanted to use him to punish others. Professor He. Are you tired? Gu Nianji couldn't sit still. Let me go back. You should rest for a few more days. He Ji-Chu let go of her and pursed his lips. His shimmering, sultry eyes grew colder and colder. It matched perfectly with his cold expression. He looked at her for a while and asked, I wasn't here for 2 weeks and you didn't do anything. I tried. I also found the reason you mentioned, but my account was later demoted to the same level as a wanderer. I couldn't do anything at all. Gu Nianji shrugged. If you don't believe me, you can look it up yourself. Without another word, Hijichu took out his phone and made a call to the Congress. Gu Nianji's words were quickly confirmed. The person who answered the phone was very polite to Hijichu. He smiled and promised, as long as Mr. He signs, we will immediately release your student's privileges. Okay, I'll sign it tomorrow. Hijichu understood the whole story and didn't scold Gu Nianji anymore. He looked at her sideways. Why don't you go to teaching assistant when she can handle this kind of thing? I don't want to deal with her, Gu Nianji said bluntly. Gu Nianji said bluntly, you're not here. What if she sets another trap for me to jump into? Who am I going to cry for? Hijichu snorted and continued to rub her head. Now you're taking the opportunity to cry for me. I'm not crying. I'm seriously complaining, okay? Gu Nianji turned to avoid his hand. Please don't rub my head anymore. I'm almost 18. Hijichu withdrew his hand. His expression was cold. I know. I don't need you to remind me. Gu Nianji actually did have something to remind him about, but he didn't seem to want to talk. She could only shut her mouth and look at the scenery outside the car. The Rolls-Royce drove them quietly and smoothly to Hijichu's manor near the Potomac River. The large iron gate opened to both sides, revealing an asphalt road leading to the white mansion in front. The road was lined with green grass, and there were a few flower beds scattered on the grass. There were Hispanic gardeners trimming the branches in the flower beds. When they saw the Rolls-Royce drive in, everyone stopped what they were doing and waved at the big car. Gu Nianji looked at it all curiously. She turned to Hijichu. Professor He, can a lawyer make that much money? Even if it was possible, Hijichu would only have that much money when he was in his 70s or 80s. But looking at his resume, he was only 28 years old. No matter how capable he was, how did he make so much money in just 3 short years? Hijichu could see her doubts but didn't plan on answering them. He got out of the car with a cold expression. He stood beside the car and opened the door for Gu Nianji to get out. Whether it was the Rolls-Royce driver, the gardeners in the flower beds, or the housekeeper coming up to greet them, they were all dumbfounded. This is the second and third chapter in a row. It's 4,200 words, including the 4,500 monthly votes and chapters. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 174. In the eyes of the He family's chauffeur, gardener, and housekeeper, Hijichu was very ostentatious. He rarely even opened the door for himself, much less opened it for others. The Rolls-Royce chauffeur who rushed out was a fat white man in his 40s, but his face was red from the sun, like a cooked shrimp. He rubbed his hands, his face pale as he called out uneasily, Mr. He, let me do it. The chauffeur came over to open the door for Gu Nianji. Hijichu turned to look at him. To others, it didn't seem strange, but the chauffeur felt the coldness in his eyes. Even the scorching September sun on the Potomac River couldn't warm him up. Mr. He wouldn't fire her just because she opened the car door one step too late, would he? The chauffeur was sweating profusely. He had been unemployed for many years and had finally found this job 3 years ago. The annual salary was double the market price, and all the benefits were the same as government employees. His entire family had medical insurance, and this was the first time he had pension insurance in his 20 years of work. He couldn't lose a job like this. Mr. He. The driver begged. His face was so red that it was almost black, and he scrunched up his face. Gu Nianji got out of the car and curiously turned to look at the chauffeur, then at Hijichu. Professor He. She pouted at the chauffeur. Hijichu's expression softened as he nodded at the chauffeur. It's fine, she's my student. I'll take her inside. You can park the car in the garage and take her home later. The chauffeur sighed heavily and gave Gu Nianji a big smile as he bowed deeply. Gu Nianji was shocked and quickly moved out of the way. She nodded at him again. Thank you. The chauffeur smiled sheepishly as he returned to the car and drove away. Gu Nianji followed He Jichu to the colonial-style white mansion not far away. Professor He, is this your home? Are your parents here? Gu Nianji was a bit nervous. She had been to He Jichu's house in the suburbs of Boston. It was much smaller than this manor, and was obviously his temporary residence. As for this manor, it was filled with an ancient aura. It was unknown how many generations of the clan had lived here. Gu Nianji felt that this was He Jichu's ancestral home. This was the only reason that could explain how He Jichu was able to have so much wealth and servants at such a young age. He should belong to someone with old money. He Jichu smiled and shook his head. No, my parents aren't here. This is just a temporary residence. Such a huge manor, and it was still a temporary residence. Gu Nianji felt like she had been screwed. She didn't want to talk anymore, so she followed He Jichu up the steps and into the living room. Two low-profile yet expensive oak doors were pushed open by two Caucasian maids with black hair, blue eyes, white clothes, and black skirts. Upon entering, there was an oval-shaped hole. Facing the door, there were two huge spiral staircases leading to the upper floors. Gu Nianji looked up and saw that the building was about 3 or 4 stories high, right? How many rooms would there be? Professor He, do you have a large family? Gu Nianji was still a child after all. She was depressed for a while, but quickly put it aside and asked with a smile. There are so many rooms. She spread her arms and almost spun in a circle. How many people can live here? I'm the only one living here. He Jichu paused. Teaching assistant one lives in a guest room not far from here. Of course, there was more than one main building in such a huge manor. There were also several small buildings scattered around the manor. The lights were on at night, and the small buildings were like pearls on the green grass, clustered around the main building in the middle. Gu Nianji chuckled. Why did teaching assistant one have to live here? Was the teaching assistant really a maid and nanny? At that moment, Gu Nianji remembered the scene she had seen outside the C University library. It was raining heavily, and when Shuyi had held an umbrella to protect He Jichu as he got into the car. She had held all the umbrellas by He Jichu's side, and didn't care that half of her body was wet. At the time, Gu Nianji had complained to herself that she didn't look like a teaching assistant, but more like He Jichu's nanny. Now it seemed that the two of them had a close relationship. Now that she understood this, it would be reckless of her to casually complain about Wen Shui to He Jichu. Perhaps He Jichu had brought her to his house to point out the unusual relationship between him and Wen Shui, so that she would stop making things difficult for Wen Shui. For the first time, Gu Nianji was uncertain about her future as a master's student. Was it really for her own good when Wen Shui persuaded her not to insist on becoming He Jichu's postgrad student? That was too scary. Gu Nianji shook her head and suppressed the thought. What are you thinking about? He Jichu opened the fridge and took out a watermelon smoothie to hand to her. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Don't think too much on your own. It's not like you. He Jichu gazed at her, and a hint of tenderness flashed across his shimmering, sultry eyes. He reached out to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. Gu Nianji quickly took a step back. She was uncomfortable with He Jichu's touch. She put down the smoothie and wrung her hands. Professor He, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, please take me back. My guardian is waiting for me at home. Why didn't you ask me if you had any questions? He Jichu took a step forward to prevent her from backing down. You really didn't suspect anything. Suspect what? Gu Nianji blinked. Her dark, delicate eyebrows arched. You're my professor and mentor. You're so nice to me. Why would I suspect anything? You were clearly wondering why when Shuyi was living here. Why didn't you ask? He Ji-chu's expression darkened. He sat on the cream-colored brocade sofa and casually draped an arm over the armrest. He raised his sultry eyes to look at her. His straight nose and thin lips revealed his displeasure. Gu Nianji looked down and wrung her hands even tighter. Professor He, this question has nothing to do with me. I don't want to ask. What did it have to do with her? Why when Shuyi was living in He Ji-chu's house? She was only his student. Did he have to check his family's background? Nothing to do with it. He Ji-chu looked at Gu Nianji. He couldn't tell if he was disappointed or confused. Really? As long as you abide by your professional ethics and don't play favorites. Gu Nianji looked up and spread her hands. A smile reappeared on her face. She extended her slender right hand and pinched her thumb and index finger together. As your student, I don't dare to ask for too much. This is all I expect of you. Only this. He Ji-chu laughed in exasperation. Classmate Gu is so humble. You're not greedy at all. Yes. I've always been a good student. I've always been a good student who thinks of others. Gu Nianji blushed when she praised herself. He Ji-chu closed his eyes and rested one hand on his forehead. He crossed his legs and sat sideways on the sofa. He didn't move but waved his other hand. Go back. I'll get the driver to take you to the garage. He didn't even look at her and sent her away. Although Gu Nianji was unhappy, she didn't throw a tantrum in front of He Ji-chu. Who did she think she was? Just because people gave her some respect, she really opened a dying house. Gu Nianji obediently said to He Ji-chu, then I'll be going. Goodbye, Professor He. She turned and left like a model student. He Ji-chu looked up and watched her walk away without any reluctance to leave. He clenched his fists and called out again. Nianji. This is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,600 plus updates. It'll be around 1 in the afternoon. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 175. Gu Nianji stopped and turned around with a smile. Professor He, is there anything else? He Ji-chu was still sitting on the sofa with his hand on his forehead. He didn't move and looked at her quietly. Gu Nianji didn't say anything and waited patiently for him to speak. The spacious living room was quiet. The snow-white curtains hung from the tall French windows like a waterfall. There was a clock as tall as a person in the corner of the room. It looked like an antique, but the pendulum was still swinging. The occasional click made the room even more silent. No one knew where the maid and the butler had hidden themselves, and they were nowhere to be seen. They stared at each other in silence. It was like they were separated by mountains and rivers. He Ji-chu pursed his lips and looked away. His voice was calm as he said, I promised to give you a party for your 18th birthday. Now, there are 3 places for you to choose. One is the banquet hall of the capital, another is the rose garden on the south lawn of the White House, and the third place is on a cruise ship in the Caribbean. Tell me tomorrow when you've decided which one to choose. There's not much time left. It's time to prepare. Gu Nianji smiled, her eyes drifting. Professor He, you're too kind. I was just joking before. Don't take it seriously. How can I let you spend money on my birthday? It's fine, I'll just eat cake and blow out some candles with my relatives and friends. Although her 18th birthday was important to her, the most important thing was who she was spending it with. If Hu Xiaoheng could personally celebrate her birthday with her, it didn't matter even if there was no cake or candles. As long as she could see him standing in front of her and personally wish her a happy birthday, her 18th birthday would be perfect. He Jichu could clearly see that Gu Nianji was distracted. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands popped. They were very obvious on his fair skin, like cracks in the ice on exquisite porcelain. You don't have to take it seriously, but I, He Jichu, have never gone back on my word. He Jichu stood up. You don't have to refuse or think too much about it. I always throw birthday parties for my students. If you don't believe me, you can ask them yourself. Gu Nianji collected her thoughts and thought about it carefully. She had once heard from her fellow graduate students that the professors would indeed celebrate their graduate students' birthdays, but most of them would go out to a restaurant for a meal and then go to karaoke. She had never heard of He Jichu spending as much as he did. Of course, those people couldn't compare to a mentor as powerful as He Jichu. No matter which of these three choices, it will take time to prepare. You should choose one quickly. He Jichu turned around and walked toward the spiral staircase, leaving Gu Nianji with the view of his long and lonely back. Gu Nianji bit her lip and could tell that He Jichu was angry. With his ability, these three choices were probably like watching a movie, eating at a restaurant, or going to a karaoke bar for an ordinary person's birthday. Gu Nianji asked weakly, will it be very troublesome for a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean? She had her own selfish motives. If her 18th birthday party was held at the U.S. Capitol or the Rose Garden on the south lawn of the White House, the chances of Hu Xiaoheng attending would be very low. Even if he could overcome all difficulties and really come to see her, Gu Nianji couldn't bear to put him in danger. She knew that Hu Xiaoheng's identity was too sensitive. The CIA and the U.S. might have been keeping an eye on him. He Jichu's footsteps stopped. His hand was on the staircase's railing, and his two long legs were one high and one low on the stairs. Without turning around, he said, "Okay, a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean." His mood improved a little. Because he was also willing to go with the third option. On a cruise on the high seas, he could celebrate her birthday without any qualms. But he still didn't turn around. He slowly walked up the stairs alone and left Gu Nianji downstairs. Gu Nianji sighed and turned to leave the main house. She went to the garage to find the driver from earlier to take him home. The driver was very talkative and chattered with Gu Nianji about many interesting things He Jichu and his students had done. It turned out that He Jichu did indeed celebrate the birthday of his graduate students every year, and it was always extravagant. In the past 3 years, he had taken his students on a day trip to Las Vegas, booked a movie theater at Universal Studios in Florida, and taken them hunting in Africa. Compared to that, the 3 choices he had prepared for himself weren't too out of line. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief, but secretly mocked herself for being so petty. He Jichu was too far away from her, and a girl from an ordinary family like her couldn't imagine the way these elites spent their money. Returning to her apartment with Zhao Liangzi, Gu Nianji told him about her 18th birthday party. "Professor, he gave me 3 choices, the U.S. Congress, the White House, or a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean. I chose a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean for my birthday. Wouldn't it be easier for Uncle Hu to go?" Zhao Liangzi laughed. "The high seas are much easier than entering the U.S. Congress or the White House. I told them that Big Xiong would be coming too." "That's great." Gu Nianji's eyes curved with joy, and her thick black eyelashes fluttered on her fair, delicate face like 2 disturbing butterflies. Zhao Liangzi averted his eyes. "I'll tell them." "Hu Xiao, Professor, he plans to celebrate Nianji's 18th birthday on a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean." Zhao Liangzi sent the message back without a video call. Hu Xiaoheng's lips curved slightly when he saw the message, but he quickly calmed down. "Big Xiong, don't bother." Hu Xiaoheng called in Xixiang. "Nianji's 18th birthday party will be held on the high seas." In Xixiang was delighted. "On the high seas? Ha 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 ha, that's great, we can do whatever we want on the high seas, ha ha ha." When Mei Xiaoan received the news about Gu Nianji's 18th birthday party, it was only a week away. On a cruise on the high seas of the Caribbean. He looked at the electronic invitation Gu Nianji had sent him, and was very surprised. Who's so generous? Jiang Hongqiao leaned against his back and hugged his neck, looking at the electronic invitation with him, and was also surprised. Isn't your little girlfriend an orphan? Her guardian is that rich? He's holding a birthday party on a Caribbean cruise. Her guardian is just an ordinary white-collar worker. How could he have that much money? Mei Xiaoan shook his head absent-mindedly, and his expression darkened as he had a bad feeling. Jiang Hongqiao paused, her thoughts echoing Mei Xiaoan's. A strange smile appeared on her face, and she whispered in Mei Xiaoan's ear, "You see, a beautiful woman, no matter how bad her background is, as long as she has the looks and brains, she has unlimited possibilities. So never underestimate a woman." What do you mean? Mei Xiaoan pushed Jiang Hongqiao away. Nianji isn't that kind of person. He refused to believe that Gu Nianji had betrayed him like Jiang Hongqiao had. I didn't say she was that kind of person. Jiang Hongqiao sat back on the sofa and crossed her slender legs. She rested her chin on her hand, and said dryly, "But a penniless orphan suddenly having an 18th birthday party on a Caribbean cruise ship, doesn't that mean she found a sugar daddy?" Mei Xiaoan walked into the back room without a word, and took out his phone to call Gu Nianji. It was 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning on Gu Nianji's side. She had just walked into the Committee of Appropriations office in the U.S. Capitol when her phone rang. Seeing that it was Mei Xiaoan, she happily answered the call. "Xiaoan, did you get the invitation?" "I did." Mei Xiaoan suppressed his anger, and asked quietly, "Nianji, why did you want to celebrate your birthday on a Caribbean cruise ship?" "It's not what I wanted." Gu Nianji said cheerfully, "It's Professor He. He's celebrating my birthday with everyone on a Caribbean cruise ship." So it was Professor He. Mei Xiaoan breathed a sigh of relief, but when he thought about it, his heart sank again. Professor He. He. Why is he so nice to you? Why is he willing to spend so much money? Mei Xiaoan's tone made Gu Nianji very unhappy. What do you mean? Make yourself clear. She angrily walked into her small office and shut the door. Mei Xiaoan raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Don't play dumb, you know what I mean. Tell me, why would a mentor take out so much money to celebrate your birthday? Do you think I'm stupid? Mei Xiaoan. Don't humiliate me and Professor He. Gu Nianji was furious. She wanted to throw her phone away. Apologize to me right now, or I'll never talk to you again. Gu Nianji's reaction was so dramatic, her voice even had a hint of nasal sobbing. Is there really no other reason? Mei Xiaoan was also nervous. Nianji, you know I love you, I've been waiting for you, and you promised to be my girlfriend when you come back in 6 months. You can't go back on your word. Gu Nianji was very angry, but Mei Xiaoan was so worried about her that she couldn't continue arguing with him, and his concerns weren't completely unreasonable. Before Gu Nianji knew about He Zhichu's generosity towards his students, hadn't she also cautiously kept her distance from him? Xiaoan, Professor He's status is not ordinary, he's always been this generous when it comes to his students' birthdays. I didn't really go out of line this time. Gu Nianji suppressed her anger and explained to Mei Xiaoan, he once sent his students on a day trip to Las Vegas, booked a whole theater at Universal Studios in Florida, and even took them hunting in Africa, all at Professor He's expense. What? Mei Xiaoan suddenly realized he was wrong, and his face was full of shame. He was truly a frog in a well. It seemed like people like Professor He were even richer than him, a second-generation rich kid from an aristocratic family. Nianji, I was wrong, I shouldn't have thought like that before I figured it out. Mei Xiaoan sincerely apologized. You see, it's really different being Professor He's student. There's no professor in our country who would go this far for their own graduate student. Gu Nianji admired Mei Xiaoan's attitude of correcting his mistakes and not letting them argue overnight. They were in a different place and still in the early stages of getting to know each other, so a prompt explanation like this was all the more necessary. She hadn't even agreed to be his girlfriend, yet Mei Xiaowen was already so worried about her. Was this really an expression of love? Alright, I shouldn't have lost my temper at you just now. Gu Nianji gave Mei Xiaowen a way out, so are you coming or not? Of course I'll come, I'll definitely come. Mei Xiaowen rubbed his palms together. He planned to use this opportunity to get closer to Professor He, and let him know that Gu Nianji was his girlfriend. Would he take care of him? After hanging up, Mei Xiaowen pushed open the door to see Jiang Hongcha standing up from her computer. What are you doing? Mei Xiaowen didn't like people touching his computer. Playing Minesweeper. Jiang Hongcha shrugged. How was it? Did you get the answer? Yeah, her professor threw a birthday party for her. Mei Xiaowen tossed his phone onto the computer desk. You're overthinking it. Professor. Jiang Hongcha's eyes darted around. Xiaowen, when I was studying at the Juliet School of Music, I heard that one of our female classmates slept with a professor in exchange for good grades and scholarships. Professor He isn't that kind of person. Mei Xiaowen finally understood, and for her, celebrating her birthday on a cruise ship is like getting your nails done. Do you really think getting your nails done is going to bankrupt you? Having known Mei Xiaowen for so long, Jiang Hongcha felt that this was the first time he had insulted her so harshly. She endured and endured, but in the end, she kept Mei Xiaowen company, as if nothing had happened. Mei Xiaowen had everything planned out, but the next morning, when he was about to board the plane, Jiang Hongcha, who had spent the night with him, suddenly complained of a stomachache. She rolled around on the bed in pain. Hongcha. Hongcha. Are you alright? Mei Xiaowen picked up his phone in a panic, and called an ambulance. Half an hour later, Jiang Hongcha was rushed to the operating room. Mei Xiaowen sat alone outside the operating room, not daring to speak to anyone, because the doctor had told him that Jiang Hongcha had miscarried. He watched helplessly as his plane flew away. 2 hours later, Jiang Hongcha was wheeled out of the operating room. The obstetrician with the loudest voice looked at Mei Xiaowen reproachfully. You too, your girlfriend has a child, and you still don't know how to control yourself. Are you happy now that the child is gone? Mei Xiaowen was speechless. He quietly stayed by Jiang Hongcha's bedside until she woke up that afternoon. Xiaowen. Jiang Hongcha looked at him apologetically. I'm sorry for delaying your flight. Hurry up and book another flight, it's not too late. Mei Xiaowen shook his head. It's okay. I'll celebrate her birthday with her when she returns next year. I want to be with you for the next few days. Even if she had miscarried, she still needed confinement. Soon after, Gu Nianji, who was far away in a foreign country, received a text from Mei Xiaowen, saying that he was busy for the next few days and wouldn't be able to make it. Gu Nianji looked at her phone, and didn't feel particularly disappointed. She thought about it, and texted Mei Xiaowen back, politely expressing her understanding. He Zhichu wasn't in Washington for the next few days either. When Shi said that Professor He had urgent matters to attend to at home, so he had to rush back. He might not be able to attend the birthday party, but he had entrusted everything to Wen Shi, and so on. Gu Nianji didn't completely believe Wen Shi, but He Zhichu still hadn't returned the night before her birthday. Gu Nianji hugged her panda pillow as she sat in her bedroom, resting her head on her hand. This time, it was probably only Uncle Hua and the others who would be by her side to celebrate her birthday with her. Zhao Liangzi knocked on the door, and smiled. Sleep early, we have to go to the airport early tomorrow morning. This is the second and third chapter in one, with 4,100 words, including the monthly votes of 4,600 plus chapters. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 176. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi now lived in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. It was on the eastern coast of the United States and was basically in the middle of the North and South. Cruises to the Caribbean usually departed from New York Harbor, so they had to fly to New York first and then board the ship there. Gu Nianji was fascinated. I heard that Professor he ordered the best fireworks from our country and had them shipped by air. Will we be able to see them tomorrow night? Haven't you seen enough in China? Zhao Liangzi laughed at her. That year on National Day, you made a fuss about going to see the fireworks. Hua Xiao was so annoyed that he decided to take you out, but you fell asleep halfway. Hua Xiao carried you on his back all night and we couldn't even pull him off. You just hugged him like a koala and wouldn't let go. Gu Nianji blushed as she recalled the situation and said sheepishly, I didn't know any better back then. Uncle Hua must have been exhausted. Not really. Zhao Liangzi raised his right hand and snapped, all right, anyway, don't forget the fireworks we saw together just because you have Professor He's fireworks. Of course I won't. Gu Nianji's eyes widened, and I'm so happy because I want to see fireworks with Uncle Hua. Zhao Liangzi patted her head, go to sleep. They went to their respective rooms to sleep. They woke up early the next morning. Gu Nianji had a backpack and a small cherry blossom pink suitcase in her hand. Zhao Liangzi had a large backpack and his suitcase was also much larger than Gu Nianji's. They were going to stay on the cruise for 2 days and 2 nights, and they were going to international waters. As usual, Zhao Liangzi had made many preparations. This was a habit of their profession. It was always better to be safe than sorry. It was always better to be safe than sorry. The taxi they had called arrived around 8:00 and took them to the airport at the time they had agreed to meet when Shui. A white man in a black uniform walked over and led them through the VIP entrance into the airport. Assistant Wen ordered me to wait for you here. This is the private jet Professor he prepared for you, you can fly there directly. 2 beautiful blonde stewardesses disembarked from the private jet to help Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi with their luggage. Cold sweat broke out on Gu Nianji's forehead as she looked at Zhao Liangzi. Let's go. Since we're already here, let's go up. Zhao Liangzi nonchalantly tossed the suitcase in his hand to the flight attendant. Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. She dragged her small suitcase and boarded the private plane with Zhao Liangzi. The private jet was neither too big nor too small. Apart from the pilot, co-pilot, and 2 flight attendants, it could carry 8 passengers. Of course, Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi were the only passengers this time. After they boarded the plane, Zhao Liangzi remembered Brother Huang and asked Gu Nianji, is your brother going? Gu Nianji nodded. Sure. But he left with teaching assistant Wen. Gu Nianji only wanted 4 spots for herself and gave them to Hua Xiaoheng, Zhao Liangzi, Yin Shixiang, and Mei Xiaowen respectively. Mei Xiaowen wasn't coming, so she only had 3 guests, but they were all people she valued the most. Zhao Liangzi pursed his lips, lowered his head, and took out his phone to text Hua Xiaoheng. Mr. Zhao. Please turn off your phone, we're about to take off. One of the blonde flight attendants walked over to give them drinks and remind Zhao Liangzi not to use his phone while the plane was taking off. Zhao Liangzi smiled and switched his phone to airplane mode, then turned it off. Gu Nianji asked for a cup of hot coffee and held it in her hand to clear her mind. Not long after, there was a deafening roar from the plane. They took off. Gu Nianji looked through the window and saw the ground rapidly receding. The scenery in front of her grew increasingly blurry, then suddenly rose from the ground. The houses, cars, and pedestrians on the ground gradually became like pieces on a chessboard. The plane quickly stabilized after entering the stratosphere. The flight attendants brought them breakfast. The food on the private jet was even better than the food in the first-class cabins of commercial airliners. The key was that it was fresh, and it was obvious that the food was individually prepared, not cooked in large pots or microwaved meals. Gu Nianji ate with relish and even watched the latest movie after eating. 4 hours later, around 3 in the afternoon, they finally flew over the high seas of the Caribbean. Looking down from the plane, the entire sea was a deep blue, like a fine sapphire. Scattered islands were lush and green, dotting the vast sea. The blue sea reflected the snow-white clouds, and there were coconut trees on the shore of the white sand. It was a tropical scene. Gu Nianji wanted nothing more than to change into a grass skirt, hang a string of orchids around her neck, and run off to dance with the natives. The plane landed on a small island in the high seas of the Caribbean. When Shi was waiting for them at the airport in a bright red and black maxi dress and a wide-brimmed straw hat. "Let's go, the cruise ship is over there. We'll take a speedboat." When Shi waved at Gu Nianji and nodded at Zhao Liangzi. Gu Nianji looked around and saw that Wen Shuyi was the only one there. "Teaching assistant Wen, where are the other guests?" "The other guests will arrive soon." Wen Shuyi smiled and pointed to a pink cruise ship not far away. "See that? Professor, he specially prepared it for you. It's a brand new cruise ship launched this year, and it's named after you." Gu Nianji pushed her sunglasses to her forehead and looked over with wide eyes. She saw the word Nianji written in bold cursive on the bow of the pink cruise ship between the sea and the sky, followed by a line of smaller words, "My Princess Gu." Gu Nianji was completely shocked. She pursed her lips and laughed sheepishly. "Teaching assistant Wen is so interesting. Professor, he is very thoughtful. More than thoughtful." Wen Shuyi said meaningfully as she led them to the speedboat on the shore. The speedboat rode the wind and waves, and soon arrived at the cruise ship. A rope ladder was lowered from the cruise ship, and they climbed up. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi's suitcases had already been hoisted up. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi's suitcases had already been hoisted up. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi stood on the pink cruise ship, the princess, at a loss. Wen Shuyi was right, this was indeed a brand new cruise ship. Even the faint smell of paint had not dissipated. They had entered the second floor, which was the banquet hall. The chandeliers above their heads shone brilliantly, like a sky full of stars. There was a dance floor in the middle of the hall. The floor had just been oiled, and it was gleaming. There were many seats scattered around the dance floor, as well as a bar and a place for the DJ. Although there was no one there yet, Gu Nianji could already hear the music. She and Zhao Liangzi toured the floors under Wen Shuyi's guidance. The third floor was where the accommodations were. They were all suites with their own bathrooms, and the soundproofing was very good. As soon as they walked in, they couldn't even hear the sound of the waves. The fourth floor was the highest floor, and there was an open-air playground there. There was a big wheel, a swimming pool, a high diving platform, a merry-go-round, and a windmill. It was like a dream from a fairy tale. But it really was like a dream. It was such a big, new cruise ship, and they couldn't hear anyone. There were only the three of them. Gu Nianji's palms were sweating. She looked at Wen Shuyi, who was moving freely, and asked, "Where are the other guests? Why is there no one else but the three of us?" Wen Shuyi smiled. "There are also the sailors and cooks. I didn't take you to see them earlier. As for the other guests, they're on a commercial plane. They have to change to a speedboat in Barbados." She looked at her watch as she spoke. "Soon, they'll be here in 2 or 3 hours." She added, "They should be here before sunset. This is the first watch. The second watch should be 2 watches in one, including the monthly votes of 4,700 plus 1 watch. It will be around 1:00 in the afternoon. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 177. The birthday party was being held at night. Gu Nianji felt uneasy and took out her phone to call Brother Huang. "Nianji." Brother Huang's cheerful voice sounded from the phone. "Birthday girl, have you arrived at the cruise yet?" Gu Nianji relaxed and smiled. I just arrived, what about you guys? Where are you? We have a lot of people on the plane. We have to go to Barbados first, then change to a speedboat there. Brother Huang's words were the same as Wen Shui's, and Gu Nianji relaxed a little. She remembered He Zhichu calling her before he left and promising that he would be back in time to celebrate her birthday. At the time, she had politely told him that if Professor He's family was in an emergency, it would be best to take care of them first. But she also knew that He Zhichu wouldn't go back on his word. He had an air of authority about him that was similar to Hu Xiaoheng's to a certain extent. Gu Nianji had known him for so long that she felt she should trust him. Okay, I'll wait for you guys then. Gu Nianji hung up with a smile. Okay, let's go back to our room and get ready for the grand birthday party tonight. Wen Shui winked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji forced a smile back. Gu Nianji knew that she wasn't as cultured as Wen Shui. She couldn't conceal her true feelings so well. Gu Nianji knew that she wasn't as cultured as Wen Shui. She and Zhao Liangzi returned to the third floor of the cruise and found a suite in the middle. Nianji, let's not be pretentious. Can you stay with me? Zhao Liangzi opened his suitcase and took out his electronic equipment and instruments as he spoke to her. Gu Nianji nodded. Even if Zhao Liangzi hadn't suggested it, she would have suggested it anyway. She only felt safe when she was with people she knew on the vast ocean. Brother Zhe, where are Uncle Hua and the others now? Do they know this place? Gu Nianji was a little uneasy. Don't worry, I've already sent them the coordinates. Zhao Liangzi recalled Hu Xiaoheng's trip and couldn't help laughing. He looked up to see Gu Nianji's concerned eyes and tossed his iPad to her. Hu Xiao always makes a big scene when he travels. See for yourself. After saying that, he made a face at her. Gu Nianji took the iPad suspiciously and swiped it open. She saw that the homepage was the famous American news website, CXX. The words "Breaking News" were written in big red letters. Under the headline was a clear photo taken by a satellite. Waves rolled on the blue sea, and a long black ship emerged from the water. On the ship, a bright red flag fluttered in the wind. The resolution of the satellite photo was extremely high, and Gu Nianji could even see the 5 red stars on the flag. Below the photo was clearly written, "The Huaxia Empire's Qin-class nuclear submarine has suddenly appeared in Guam. What is its purpose? Our country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already issued a serious note to the Huaxia Empire. We've been treated unreasonably by the Huaxia Empire's officials." Gu Nianji's heart jumped. Looking at the time of the news, it was actually 6 days ago. Guam was a territory of the United States and the most important military base in the Western Pacific. In order to deal with the Huaxia Empire, the United States had built Guam into an unsinkable aircraft carrier. They had spent $12.6 billion to build the most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier dock, the most sensitive missile defense system, and the most powerful combat training ground. However, such a huge and advanced military base had been secretly snuck under by the Huaxia Empire's nuclear submarine. It had even surfaced to greet them. Brother Zhe, could this be? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhao Liangzi, her heart pounding. Could it be that Uncle Hua had come on a nuclear submarine this time? Zhao Liangzi nodded slightly and smiled. Hu Xiao happened to be on his way here, so it was on the way. You know that thing doesn't move very fast. The speed of a nuclear submarine wasn't its advantage. Its advantage was that it carried missiles that could directly attack the enemy's coast. It was an important strategic weapon that guaranteed a second nuclear strike. Hu Xiaoheng and the others had set off a few days ago. They had reserved 2 days to celebrate Gu Nianji's birthday in the Caribbean. 6 days ago at this moment, Hu Xiaoheng looked at the U.S. military base in Guam and gave an order with a half-smile. "Since we're here, let's say hello." Then, the nuclear submarine slowly rose from the bottom of the sea, the Huaxia Empire's flag fluttering in the wind. It appeared in the waters near Guam. When the personnel on duty at the U.S. military base in Guam saw the huge object appear on the radar screen, he hurriedly took off his glasses and wiped them repeatedly, afraid that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, his companion tapped him on the shoulder and pointed to the sea outside the window. He said expressionlessly, "What are you rubbing? Look outside, we're already at the door. Do you think your eyes are playing tricks on you?" Soon after, an ear-piercing alarm sounded at the U.S. military base in Guam. The radar spun rapidly as fighter jets took off from the airport, closely monitoring the nuclear submarine that had silently snuck under their noses. The U.S. military's highest-resolution satellite quickly captured countless photos and sent them to the National Defense Building in Washington, D.C. The U.S. military experts quickly discovered that this was the Qin-class nuclear submarine that the Huaxia Empire had just successfully developed. It had actually silently entered the water and was cruising with missiles. However, as the Americans shouted, protested, and stomped their feet, the Huaxia Empire's Qin-class nuclear submarine silently sank to the bottom of the sea and quickly left the U.S. military base in Guam. Gu Nianji was wearing a snow-white bikini and a navy maxi dress. She was lying on a lounge chair next to the swimming pool on the 4th floor of the cruise ship. She was sunbathing as she flipped through the news on her iPad. According to the timeline of the news, the next time the nuclear submarine appeared would be near the Hawaiian Islands in the U.S. mainland. Gu Nianji felt a sense of pride as she watched the Huaxia Empire's Qin-class nuclear submarine occupy the major news section of the CXX website for 6 days. She hugged the iPad and kissed the screen. Zhao Liangzi wore a pair of flowery mid-length swimming trunks and sunglasses as he lay on the lounge chair next to Gu Nianji, also sunbathing. Wen Shuyi was still wearing her bright red and black maxi dress as she lay on the lounge chair across from Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi. They were separated by a swimming pool that was so clear it was almost blue. Gu Nianji's fingers gently stroked the photo of the nuclear submarine on the iPad. She thought of Hu Xiaoheng's breathtakingly handsome face, as well as his silent companionship and protection. Her heart warmed up. He was on his way. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with endless courage. As long as he was by her side, she wasn't afraid of anyone. What was Wen Shuyi to her? Gu Nianji picked up her red wine and raised it to Wen Shuyi with a smile as she toasted her. Wen Shuyi was obviously shocked by her actions. She froze for a moment before raising her glass to return the toast. The waiter on the cruise ship brought them tropical delicacies, fried frangipani, fresh and sweet oysters, steamed prawns, cheese crab soup, lobster dip, potato chips, and vegetable salad. It was accompanied by a colorful cocktail with a miniature bamboo umbrella on top. Gu Nianji never mistreated her stomach. She and Zhao Liangzi ate heartily together. As time passed, the sun gradually set in the west. The cruise ship slowly moved forward. The sunlight had changed from the scorching heat of the day to a dark gold, a bit like a ripe ivory. It was yellow and no longer hot. Instead, it carried a warm and sweet fragrance. Gu Nianji took off her sunglasses and looked at the setting sun. The afterglow danced in the water like shards of gold. As far as the eye could see, a speedboat was rapidly approaching. Gu Nianji stood up. Is that Brother Huang and the others? Wen Shuyi also stood up and looked for a while before nodding with a smile. It should be them. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang had followed the Qin-class nuclear submarine to Cuba. It had set sail from Holudio in the L province of the Empire 6 or 7 days ago. It had been stealthily sailing the entire way, first appearing in Guam, then Hawaii. Finally, it had dove underwater and sailed at full speed from Cape Horn, the southernmost tip of South America. It had been stealthily sailing north along the entire South American continent. Finally, on Gu Nianji's birthday, it had arrived in Cuban waters and surfaced again. This time, He had come with the Xia Imperial Navy's senior admiral on a visit to Cuba. Of course, he wouldn't appear in Cuba. It took less than an hour to travel from Cuba to the Caribbean Sea, where the cruise ship was located by speedboat. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang emerged from the submarine and went ashore like the ordinary submarine soldiers. At the same time, on a nearby island in Bermuda, Bai Shuang sat on the balcony of a luxurious villa and texted her cousin, Bai Yueran, who was far away in the Xia Empire. "Sis, I found my dad." Bai Yueran couldn't fall asleep at 4 or 5 in the morning. Ever since Hua Xiaoheng had insisted on visiting Cuba with the senior admiral of the nuclear submarine force, her eyelids had been twitching and her mind had been restless. She got up to look at the time and saw a text from an unknown number on her phone. She swiped open the phone and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her gaze was somewhat blank. She sat quietly for 5 minutes before making up her mind. Bai Shuang's father was the deputy minister of Secret Service of the Xia Empire, Bai Yuxing, who had recently defected to the United States. Although the Bai family was powerful and intertwined with the major families through marriage, Bai Yuxing's defection had dealt a huge blow to the Xia Empire's intelligence system in North America. There had been countless losses, so even with the Bai family's power, they couldn't hold on much longer. The members of the Bai family were investigated one by one, removed from their positions, and transferred. Bai Yuxing's daughter, Bai Shuang, directly fell from her position as the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so she had to resign and no longer hold public office. After she left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, she began to work in the Bai family's own family business, but after a while, she also left. It wasn't good to be looked down upon by outsiders, and it was even worse to be looked down upon by one's own family. She also wanted to find her father and ask him in person why. After all, he was her biological father who had doted on her since she was a child. Her search had finally paid off. Her father, Bai Yuxing, was very happy to see her and pulled her aside to ask all sorts of questions. However, he still avoided her questions. He had indeed defected, but he had only done it to pursue his own values and to live a better life. Was he guilty of such a heinous crime? Bai Yueran looked at the text and dialed a number. Bai Shuang was sitting alone on the balcony, bored, when she suddenly heard her phone ring. She swiped it open and saw that it was actually a call from her cousin, Bai Yueran. She hurriedly picked up and said in a trembling voice, "Sister. Shuang, listen to me. Where are you?" Bai Yueran's voice was calm as she called Bai Shuang to calm her down. She also began to use satellite positioning to determine Bai Shuang's specific location. 5 minutes later, the satellite positioning was completed and showed that Bai Shuang was on the other side of the blue planet, on the island of Bermuda. Bai Yueran looked at the mark displayed on the computer. Her heart skipped a beat and she continued to ask, "Shuang, have you found second uncle?" Bai Shuang's father, Bai Yuxing, was the younger brother of Bai Yueran's father. "I found him. Thank God he's still alive, and he's doing well." Bai Shuang patted her chest. She had been so afraid that her father had disappeared without a trace. Bai Yueran smiled. "Where's second uncle? Can he come to the phone?" "I'm afraid not now. He went out to sea with someone and said he would only be back tonight." Bai Shuang looked at her watch. "It's still early. Then how are you going to contact second uncle? Why don't you give me his phone number and I'll ask my father to call second uncle and persuade him. We're all family. With the power of our Bai family, it's not impossible to settle his matter." Bai Yueran calmly stalled for time as she passed the news of Bai Yuxing's discovery to General Ji, the supreme commander of the Xia Imperial Army. At the same time, the director of the Secret Service, Speaker Long of the Senate, and the commander of the 6th Military Region, Major General Hua, also received her message. Bai Shuang was so excited that she gave Bai Yuxing's current phone number to Bai Yueran. She also wanted her uncle to intercede on her father's behalf and let him return to the Xia Empire and not die. Bayuran immediately passed the message to the professionals of the 6th Military Region and asked them to start the Nandus satellite navigation system to begin locating Bayushing's current phone. 15 minutes later, Bayushing's current location was also located. General G, Speaker Long, I think this is a great opportunity. Major General Hua happens to be near that area, so we should authorize him to act immediately, Bayuran said calmly. Bayuran said calmly, as far as we know, Bayushing hasn't told us everything he knows. It's not because he's shameless, but purely because he wants to maximize the benefits of the information he has. Because if he tells us everything, he'll be useless. The Americans are the best at turning their backs and selling out their underlings. General G, Speaker Long, and the Director of the Secret Service unanimously agreed to immediately act against Bayushing. This person couldn't be left alive. Every minute he stayed was another minute of damage to the national interests of the Huaxia Empire. General G and Speaker Long's top-secret authorization was transmitted to the Huaxia Empire's Qin-class nuclear submarine docked in the waters near Cuba 5 minutes later. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang had just gotten ashore and found a speedboat to sail when they were quickly called back. Major General Hua, secret message from the military. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and read the message word by word. He didn't speak for a long time. What's wrong? Yin Shixiang asked worriedly. Something happened. It can't be Nianji, right? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and looked up at the vast ocean between the sea and the sky. Gu Nianji's cruise ship was in that direction. He sighed softly and finally made up his mind. There's a mission. Let's carry it out first. If he acted quickly, he should be able to get to the cruise ship in the middle of the Caribbean Sea before the banquet started. This was the second chapter of 2 chapters in one, including the monthly votes of 4,700 plus chapters. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 178. Bayushing put on a ginger diving suit, a wide monocle, a pair of flip-flops, and a scuba gear on his back. He flipped over from a white speedboat in the Bermuda Sea and plunged into the water. He was less than 50 years old and had maintained his figure well. He looked like he was in his 30s at most. He had fallen from a high-ranking official of the Huaxia Empire to a fugitive trader. Although he tried to act tough, he was still depressed. The Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces had been chasing him relentlessly. In order to survive, he had been protected by the CIA from the most prosperous metropolis in the United States all the way to Central America, a small British island with only 60,000 people. It was less than the population of a county in the Huaxia Empire. After arriving here, he didn't interact with others. The CIA agents protecting him didn't talk to him much either. He was bored and later became addicted to diving, especially deep diving. It was as if he could isolate himself from all the troubles of the world by diving to the bottom of the sea. Because the Bermuda Triangle was a famous death zone in the world, ships and planes often disappeared for no reason, so the waters of the Bermuda Islands were rarely visited. The natural landscape was well preserved, and it was a paradise for diving enthusiasts. He carried the scuba gear and dove continuously in the sea. Schools of colorful tropical fish swam past him, not afraid of him at all. Instead, they swam around him curiously. The sun was particularly strong in the afternoon, but it wasn't hot at the bottom because of the sea. It was warm near the surface, but it got colder and dimmer the deeper he went. Bayushing turned on the yellow diving flashlight in his hand and observed the strange underwater flora and fauna. He was immersed in the tranquil water. He felt very safe here and wasn't afraid at all. He knew there were 3 very powerful CIA agents protecting him on the speedboat on the surface. There were even CIA agents lurking in places he couldn't see. No matter how powerful the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces were, they wouldn't expect him to be hiding thousands of miles away at the bottom of the sea and enjoying life. If he could, He wanted to go back to college and study marine biology to become a marine biologist. His daughter, Bai Shuang, was already by his side. The CIA had agreed to help them change their names and start a new life. Bai Yuxing held the diving flashlight and looked at the rare white coral in front of him. He couldn't help but smile. Swinging his frog shoes, he stopped sinking and swam forward. Just then, two people in dark blue diving suits suddenly appeared from behind a coral reef nearby. Bai Yuxing was stunned. He had never met another diver in this part of the sea. They were the first pair of tourists he had met in the 2 months he had been here. Their swimming postures were very standard. They also carried scuba gear on their backs and wore waterproof goggles that covered their entire heads and faces. They also wore large diving goggles. They were tall and agile like two fish. They swam towards him. Bai Yuxing raised his diving flashlight to greet them. However, the two of them shot over like arrows, creating bubbles on the seabed as they arrived at his side from the left and right. Bai Yuxing suddenly understood, and a great fear suddenly gripped him from head to toe. In an instant, he found it difficult to even breathe. It was the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces. It was the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces. In the end, they still managed to catch up. Bai Yuxing threw away the diving flashlight in his hand and wanted to press the alarm on his arm so that the two CIA agents on the surface would know he was in danger and would immediately come to his rescue. However, he still underestimated the ability of the two people, especially the more stalwart man on his right. His hands and feet were almost as fast as lightning, and he immediately grabbed Bai Yuxing's right arm. The man's grip was so strong that it was like an iron clamp clamping down on Bai Yuxing. At the same time, one of his hands reached out and yanked off Bai Yuxing's diving mask, then unplugged his breathing device. The other man grabbed Bai Yuxing's other arm from behind. Bai Yuxing couldn't even scream. Soon, his heart was squeezed by the water coming from all directions, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He twitched like a pendulum in the hands of the two men, kicking up a series of splashes. Unfortunately, they had dived too deep. More than 100 meters under the sea, the splashes couldn't cause any ripples on the surface. The two divers who swam over from behind the coral reef were Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang. With the help of the Nandu satellite navigation system, they found Bai Yuxing's exact location. It wasn't easy to get rid of the CIA agents protecting Bai Yuxing, but they hadn't expected Bai Yuxing to dive to the bottom of the sea alone. With such a good opportunity, even Hu Xiaoheng, who had never been superstitious, secretly said, "God bless the Huaxia Empire." Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang rented 2 sets of diving equipment and swam under the sea for a full 2 hours before they finally avoided the spies and reached Bai Yuxing's side. Without scuba gear in the deep sea, Bai Yuxing would either choke to death or suffocate to death from the water pressure. Hu Xiaoheng didn't care how Bai Yuxing died, as long as he was dead. He and Yin Shixiang dragged Bai Yuxing, who had lost his waterproof mask and scuba tube, underwater for another half an hour. After confirming that he was as dead as a doornail, they calmly took photos and collected evidence. They also took a piece of his skin and put it in a special evidence tube. When they let go, Bai Yuxing's body quickly floated up to the surface of the sea. Hu Xiaoheng waved at Yin Shixiang, and the two of them quickly swam back the way they had come. Back on shore, they squeezed into a group of scuba diving enthusiasts and returned the rented diving equipment. They quickly left before the CIA agents found Bai Yuxing's body. Their operation this time had been unbelievably successful, and they had even gotten rid of a major threat to the Huaxia Empire. Hu Xiaoheng, who had always been calm, had a relaxed smile on his face. It was already past 5:00 in the afternoon when they returned to the waters of Cuba where the Qin-class nuclear submarine was anchored. Hu Xiaoheng hurriedly found someone to borrow a speedboat. He and Yin Shixiang needed to rush to the cruise ship that Gu Nianji was on in the Caribbean international waters. There were abundant coral reefs on the bottom of the Caribbean Sea, which was a taboo for submarines, so they had never thought of taking a nuclear submarine there. At that moment, the sea, which had been illuminated by the setting sun, suddenly darkened. Clouds swarmed in from all directions, so thick that they looked like they were about to fall. The sky quickly darkened, and the wind began to blow. "What's wrong?" Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank, and he pulled over a local to ask about the situation in English. The man only spoke Spanish. By the time they finally found someone who could speak English, large raindrops the size of pebbles had already begun to fall from the sky. The man anxiously gestured to Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang, "It's raining, and there's going to be a hurricane. You guys better not go out to sea." "A hurricane?" Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed, and he and Yin Shixiang hurriedly returned to the nuclear submarine to check the weather conditions. At the same time, the Caribbean Sea where Gu Nianji and the others were was still calm. Gu Nianji stood on the Princess cruise ship and watched as the speedboat sped towards them. Her red lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. She rushed to the side of the ship and waved her arms in greeting. There were many people standing on the speedboat, all of them wearing straw hats to cover their faces. Hearing someone shouting from the sea, a few of them couldn't help but look up. The dense mass of people on the boat were all black. Gu Nianji's eyes widened as she looked at the people on the speedboat again, and turned to ask Wen Shui, teaching assistant Wen, "Did you invite a lot of black people?" She didn't remember having black classmates or friends. Wen Shui shook her head in surprise, "No, they're all Chinese, and there are a few white people. You know them too, Alan and the others." Zhao Liangzi also walked over to take a look. He was much more experienced than Gu Nianji, and he immediately noticed something was wrong with a glance. He immediately pulled her back and said in a low voice, "Let's go. They're pirates." This is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,800 plus updates. It'll be around 1 in the afternoon. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 179. As soon as she heard pirates, Gu Nianji's first reaction was to look at Wen Shui, teaching assistant Wen, "What's going on?" Wen Shui rushed to the side of the boat and looked into the distance. The white speedboat was getting closer, and she could already see the hideous faces of the people on board. "Oh no!" Wen Shui gripped the side of the boat, her face full of disbelief. "Where are the guests I invited? I ordered this speedboat for them. If the people on the speedboat weren't the guests she had invited, then where were they?" Gu Nianji wanted to say something, but Zhao Liangzi had already grabbed her by the arm and dragged her back to the suite on the 3rd floor. Once inside, Zhao Liangzi grabbed his phone to call and text Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang. The phone rang a few times, but no one picked up. Then music started and someone sang a few lines. "They're on a mission," Zhao Liangzi murmured. This was a code to indicate that they were on a mission and didn't have time to answer the phone. Gu Nianji turned to look at him. "Brother Zai, what did you say?" Zhao Liangzi didn't hide it from her. Hua Xiao and the others are on an urgent mission, so they can't answer the phone. Gu Nianji didn't say anything else. She knew that in Hua Xiaoheng's heart, his mission was always number 1, and she would never be able to compete with his mission. However, she had never thought of competing with his mission either. She only hoped that she could occupy a small corner of his heart, a small place for her to stay. Gu Nianji looked down at the disassembled guns in Zhao Liangzi's box and said calmly, "Okay, then let's save ourselves." Zhao Liangzi sent an urgent message to the Huaxia Imperial Special Operations Forces base in Sea City. When Hua Xiao and the others were done with their mission, the base would relay the message. He hung up and began assembling the guns with Gu Nianji. The parts he had brought this time could be assembled into an M16 sniper rifle and an M1941 semi-automatic submachine gun. The bullets were in the compartment of the box. Neither of them spoke again as they quickly assembled the two guns and held them in their hands. Go put on the bulletproof vest. Zhao Liangzi handed a bulletproof vest to Gu Nianji and put on another bulletproof vest for himself. Gu Nianji took it and went to the bathroom to take off her long dress. She changed into a t-shirt and shorts, then put on a bulletproof vest. As she walked out, she asked, "What if I fall into the sea?" "It's okay. This is the latest bulletproof vest developed by our country. It can also be worn as a life vest." Zhao Liangzi winked at her. Gu Nianji had to hand it to the elites of the Special Operations Forces for being able to laugh at a time like this. However, her own restless heart also calmed down. Zhao Liangzi took the bullets out of the suitcase and put them into the magazine. He wrapped it around Gu Nianji's waist like a belt. Use them sparingly. There won't be any left after you use them. Gu Nianji was holding an M16 sniper rifle. It was a type of gun that she often practiced with Hu Xiaoheng. Zhao Liangzi held a more lethal semi-automatic submachine gun. Clips were wrapped around his waist and shoulders. He looked insufferably arrogant and awe-inspiring. Let's go and see which pirates are so blind. Zhao Liangzi and Gu Nianji walked out. Wen Shiyi wandered in front of their door. When she saw the two of them walking out fully armed, her jaw almost dropped. You actually have guns. My hobby is shooting. Gu Nianji said casually. I originally wanted to shoot sharks on the cruise ship. Wen Shiyi glared at Gu Nianji. She didn't believe a word she said, but at this time, they should be united against a common enemy. She composed herself and said, since you have weapons, that's much better. Let's go to the banquet hall. The chefs and sailors are all there. We can mobilize them to fight the pirates with us. As soon as she finished speaking, they heard the sound of bullets hitting the side of the cruise ship. Let's go. Zhao Liangzi walked out first. The three of them went to the banquet hall on the second floor. 7 or 8 chefs and a dozen sailors were waiting there with terrified expressions. Seeing them arrive, a fat chef wearing a long white hat asked Wen Shiyi nervously, Miss Wen, what's going on? Who are those people? Before Wen Shiyi could answer, chaotic English with an accent came from outside the banquet hall. They're here. Gu Nianji turned to look, and her pupils couldn't help contracting. Those people had actually climbed from the speedboat to the cruise ship. All of them were black and held all kinds of guns in their hands. There were pistols, rifles, and semi-automatic submachine guns. They rushed in with murderous intent. They really are pirates. Run! The chefs and sailors in the banquet hall shouted and ran like rabbits to the other exit of the banquet hall. Then these people threw caution to the wind and jumped into the sea from the other side of the ship. Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. These people are really quick in escaping. Zhao Liangzi grabbed Gu Nianji's hand. His handsome face was cold and stern as he held the semi-automatic submachine gun in his other hand. He fired a volley of bullets at the pirates who had just rushed into the banquet hall. The pirates running at the front immediately fell to the ground. The other pirates immediately found a place to hide or lay on the ground. Zhao Liangzi turned and pulled Gu Nianji to run to the third floor. Wen Shiyi gritted her teeth, her eyes darting between Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi in shock. Their marksmanship was so good, and they were so fearless in the face of the sudden appearance of fully armed pirates. Who were these two people? But when she turned to see the pirates getting up and chasing them, she also ran to the third floor with Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi. Bullets kept falling behind them, and the brand new hull was full of holes. Stop running. You can't escape. The pirates' sinister laughter came from behind them. Someone offered $10 million for your heads, dead or alive. Zhao Liangzi pulled Gu Nianji back to the suite on the third floor and pressed her to the back of the bed in the bedroom. Stay here and don't move. If they rush in, jump into the sea. What about you? Gu Nianji refused. I'll go with you, we can take care of each other. Zhao Liangzi was hesitant. He was different from Yin Shixiang and Hua Xiaoheng. His strength had never been hand-to-hand combat. However, he had undergone high-intensity training in the Special Operations Forces, and most people were no match for him. Wait here, I'll go out and kill a few. Zhao Liangzi opened the door to find Wen Shui standing there. Do you have night vision goggles? Wen Shui asked nervously. If you do, I'll go turn off the power on the ship. This way, the pirates would be out in the open, and they would be in the dark. Zhao Liangzi didn't know when the base would be able to contact Hua Xiaoheng to rescue them, nor did he know how strong the pirates were. He had to use all the advantages he could. Go turn off the power. I'll go see how many people there are. Zhao Liangzi nodded to Wen Shui, then turned to Gu Nianji and gave her a look. Gu Nianji blinked at him to show that she understood. Zhao Liangzi took out his glasses and put them on. His glasses could not only be used as night vision goggles, but also for video storage and transmission. Wen Shui ran in the other direction and quickly turned off the cruise's main power. The brightly lit cruise ship was suddenly plunged into darkness. Zhao Liangzi held a semi-automatic submachine gun and used the thick pillars of the cruise ship as cover. He counted the movements and numbers of the pirates one by one as he spoke to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji also put on her Bluetooth headset and heard Zhao Liangzi report, 2nd floor, 7 pirates, scattered in the 3:00, 7:00, and 10:00 directions. 3rd floor, 9 pirates, scattered in the 5:00 and 9:00 directions. 4th floor, no pirates. That meant there were at least 16 pirates on this speedboat. Gu Nianji calmly reloaded the sniper rifle and whispered, I'll go to the 2nd floor. You take care of the 3rd floor, then we'll meet up on the 4th floor. She then put on the night vision goggles and slipped out of the cabin. She went down to the banquet hall on the 2nd floor and put on the night vision goggles. She saw a few pirates wandering around the banquet hall, looking for something. Gu Nianji set up the sniper rifle and crouched down. She used the railing on the dance floor as cover and aimed at the 3 pirates in the 3:00 direction. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. Gu Nianji was like a moving target with Hua Xiaoheng at the base. She neatly took out the 3 pirates. This was the first time she had shot a real person. She didn't know if she had killed them, but she wasn't afraid or nervous at all. Instead, she felt an indescribable sense of excitement. After 3 shots, Gu Nianji held the sniper rifle and rolled to the other side of the railing to hide before the other side could retaliate. The remaining 4 pirates raised their semi-automatic submachine guns and madly attacked the direction Gu Nianji had been shooting at. The bullets almost turned the position Gu Nianji had been in into a beehive. But Gu Nianji had already turned behind them. She calmly raised the gun and aimed from behind them. She saw red moving figures in the night vision goggles. In her eyes, these people were no longer people. Gu Nianji pulled the trigger and shot one at a time. She calmly took down all 4 pirates. Of course, her marksmanship wasn't as accurate as Hua Xiaoheng and the others. She couldn't kill them with 1 shot, but it was easy for her to temporarily immobilize them. The 7 pirates on the 2nd floor are dealt with. Over, Gu Nianji said quietly. Zhao Liangzi's voice came through the earpiece. The 9 pirates on the 3rd floor are all killed. Over. He paused. Meet up on the 4th floor. Gu Nianji nodded. Right away. She ran to the stairs and quickly reached the 3rd floor. She glanced around and saw that there were indeed a few people lying in the hallway. Gu Nianji didn't stop and ran up the stairs to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was the highest floor of the cruise ship. It was also an open-air playground. As soon as Gu Nianji stepped out of the stairwell, she was almost swept away by a gust of wind. She quickly grabbed the railing and whispered, "Brother Zay, where are you?" "Behind the swimming pool diving platform." Gu Nianji looked up. There was originally a round moon in the sky. The moonlight was beautiful and covered the surface of the sea in silver. But now, the wind had swept in dark clouds and covered the entire moon. The surface of the sea was extremely dark and turbulent. There was a sense of urgency as if a storm was brewing. Gu Nianji's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. She crouched down and felt her way in the direction of the swimming pool diving platform. Fortunately, she and Zhao Liangzi had been there all afternoon and had memorized the location. The two of them met up. Zhao Liangzi patted her head and asked quietly, "Are you scared?" "No." Gu Nianji shook her head. "I can't embarrass Uncle Hua." "You did well. If you were one of us, you'd have already done a good job." Zhao Liangzi praised her softly and pulled her to stand beside him. Gu Nianji was still a bit uncomfortable. She couldn't believe it was over just like that. If the pirates were telling the truth, and someone had offered $10 million for their heads, then it wouldn't be just these amateur pirates. "Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji. Aren't you here?" Wen Shi's voice suddenly sounded from the stairwell. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi opened their night vision goggles and looked over. There was a glimmer of light from the stairwell. Wen Shi walked over with a flashlight. Zhao Liangzi frowned and said coldly, "Turn off the flashlight." "Do you want to be a target?" Wen Shi quickly turned off the flashlight and ran in their direction. She said, "I see you've already killed all the pirates. I was just about to ask if you wanted to turn on the power." Wen Shi ran to their side and said, "I've already called the police, but this place is a bit far from the United States. The Coast Guard won't be able to get here anytime soon." Gu Nianji looked at her coldly and said disdainfully, "You sure ran fast, teaching assistant Wen. The pirates were killed, but you're unscathed. That's because you're good." Wen Shi smiled at Gu Nianji fawningly. "I didn't know you had such a great hobby. Professor, he will be so happy when he gets back and hears about this." Gu Nianji was about to speak when the cruise ship suddenly jolted. She lost her balance and quickly grabbed the pole of the swimming pool's diving platform. Zhao Liangzi stood behind her to protect her. "What happened?" Wen Shi looked back in surprise. Just then, a figure darted out from the stairwell. He was so dark that they didn't notice him immediately. By the time they noticed him, the person was already not far in front of them. He raised his gun and fired several shots. It all happened too quickly. In a flash, Wen Shi flew in front of Gu Nianji to shield her. Zhao Liangzi raised his semi-automatic submachine gun and fired a burst of bullets. The person turned into a beehive and fell into the swimming pool. Blood quickly dyed the pool red, but the night was too dark for them to see anything. Gu Nianji's heart tightened as she watched Wen Shi sway and fall in front of her. She quickly bent down to support her. "Teaching assistant Wen. Teaching assistant Wen. What happened to you?" Zhao Liangzi turned on the small flashlight and was shocked to see Wen Shi's left chest near her shoulder. She had been shot. Gu Nianji laid Wen Shi flat on the ground and said to Zhao Liangzi, "I'll go get the first aid kit." Zhao Liangzi always brought these things with him when he went out, but they were in the cabin on the 3rd floor. He nodded. "Be careful. That person just now was probably the fish that escaped the net." He then asked Gu Nianji, "Did you not kill all the pirates on the 2nd floor?" Gu Nianji said sullenly, "I don't know if they're dead or not, but I took them all out." Zhao Liangzi sighed. "Go get the first aid kit on the 3rd floor. I'll go to the 2nd floor." He then walked ahead of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked back at Wen Shi and saw that she was unconscious. She should be fine for now. She hurried back to the third-floor cabin and found the first aid kit in Zhao Liang's suitcase. When she returned to the fourth floor, she saw that Zhao Liangzi had already returned. He nodded to Gu Nianji. There were 7 people on the second floor. 3 are dead, and the other 3 are still alive. I shot them all. 1 person is missing. It should be the one who chased us to the fourth floor. I don't know why he took it so hard. If he had played dead on the second floor, Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi wouldn't have thought of shooting him again. Gu Nianji didn't say a word and half knelt down to treat Wen Shi's wound. She definitely couldn't remove the bullet now, but a simple bandage was enough to stop the bleeding. As she bandaged Wen Shi's wound, the sea breeze grew stronger. The entire cruise ship rocked in the wind and waves like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean. Zhao Liangzi stood up and walked to the side of the ship to look out. In the wind and waves, several speedboats were approaching them from all directions. As expected, they hadn't killed all the pirates. The more powerful ones were still to come. Zhao Liangzi pursed his lips tightly. His palms were sweaty. Suddenly, he heard his phone ring. He quickly answered the call with his Bluetooth headset and lowered his voice. We're in danger. We've encountered pirates. It was Hu Xiaoheng who had called after completing his mission. He stood on the coast of Cuba and looked at the stormy waters. The haze in his heart was heavier than the storm before him. This is the second chapter of 4,600 words, including the monthly votes of 4,800 plus chapters. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 180. Pirates. How many of them? What equipment? Hu Xiaoheng's voice was calm and steady, with a unique magnetism. Even the hurricane couldn't shake him. Zhao Liangzi looked at the speedboats approaching from all directions, his expression suddenly serious. He put on his night vision goggles and took a picture of the scene in front of him, then transmitted it back to the base via the Nandus satellite special coded channel. 16 pirates just boarded the cruise ship and said someone offered $10 million to kill us, but Nianji and I killed them. Now there are even more powerful ones. There are 8 speedboats heading over. If I'm not mistaken, the speedboats have shoulder-fired rocket launchers. Hu Xiaoheng's brows furrowed as he instantly understood the pirates' intentions. He walked a few steps along the beach and looked into the distance. The sea was covered in thick clouds, and the wind was howling. The waves were crashing towards the shore. Go back. You guys go back now. The hurricane is coming. We have to hide. There can't be people on the beach. The Cuban coastal guards who could speak English rushed over and waved for Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang to leave. You guys be careful. Find a place to hide and hold out for 15 minutes. I'll be there soon. Hu Xiaoheng made up his mind and turned to return to the nuclear submarine docked at the military port. Yin Shixiang looked at the weather worriedly. Hu Xiao, I'm also very worried, but look over there. There's a hurricane. What can we do? Hu Xiaoheng ignored him and strode into the nuclear submarine's command cabin. He ordered the communications personnel there, connect me to the Army's Supreme Commander, General G. Also, give me a channel. I want to connect to the 6th military region. The communications personnel quickly gave him a seat. Hu Xiaoheng sat down and connected to the 6th military region's base. He saw the video Zhao Liangzi had just sent back to the base. The waves on the dark sea were turbulent, and the 8 white speedboats were particularly eye-catching. They cut through the waves, and someone on the speedboats was carrying a shoulder-fired rocket launcher aimed at the camera. F***CK. Hu Xiaoheng punched the control panel. His jaw tightened as he snatched the communications personnel's headset. He spoke to General G, the Army's Supreme Commander. General G, I request permission from the Army to borrow the Cuban military's latest MiG-35 fighter jet. You even know about Cuba's best fighter jet. General G was exasperated and amused at the same time. But don't try to play the when a general is out in the field, he doesn't obey the emperor's orders. You better give me a reasonable reason. Although Hu Shaoheng was anxious, he didn't lose his composure. He said word by word, our people are trapped in the high seas of the Caribbean. I want to save them. There's a hurricane in Cuba, so ships can't pass through. I need the best fighter jets to pass through the center of the hurricane. Are you crazy? General G was furious. Looking at the news from his secretary and the weather report of the Caribbean Sea, he reprimanded Hu Shaoheng with his hands on his hips. There's a hurricane and you still want to fly. Do you know that the record for a fighter jet flying through a hurricane was set by the United States Air Force's Hurricane Hunters? That time, the hurricane's highest wind speed was only level 3. But the hurricane at the Caribbean Sea was already a Category 4 hurricane. It might even reach level 5. Do you want to die? The highest level of hurricane was level 5. General G, to me, American records are meant to be broken, not looked up to, Hu Shaoheng said lightly. His fingers tapped lightly on the console. If General G agrees, this time, not only can we obtain precious flight data from passing through the eye of the hurricane, but we can also test the feasibility of the pilot flying with zero visibility and relying entirely on the Nandus satellite navigation system. General G didn't particularly care about saving people. Although Gu Nianji's background was unknown, she wasn't that important to him. Compared to Hu Shaoheng, who he had high hopes for as his successor, Gu Nianji and Zhao Liang's lives weren't on the same level. Therefore, General G was absolutely unwilling to let Hu Shaoheng risk his life to fly through the eye of the hurricane just to save these two people. However, Hu Shaoheng said that he could use this opportunity to test the navigation mode of the Nandus satellite navigation system and provide data on the fighter jet flying through the hurricane in all directions without visibility. General G found that he couldn't refuse. General G, time is running out. Please make a decision immediately. Hu Shaoheng watched as time passed. The pirates on the Caribbean Sea side were actually equipped with shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. If he delayed on his side, Hu Shaoheng suddenly didn't dare to think about the possible consequences. Okay. General G finally made up his mind. Hu Shaoheng hung up without another word and went straight to the Supreme Commander of the Cuban Revolutionary Army to borrow the plane. He didn't even hear the last part of General G's sentence. You're too bold. After this is over, you'll be grounded for 2 months. With the support of the Supreme Commander of the Huaxia Imperial Army and the mediation of the ambassador from the Imperial Embassy in Cuba, the borrowing of the fighter jet went smoothly. 10 minutes later, Hu Shaoheng and Yin Shixiang boarded the MiG-35, the best fighter jet Cuba had just imported from Russia. The soldiers of the Cuban Air Force stood at the airport and saluted Hu Shaoheng and Yin Shixiang with their eyes. It was as if they were looking at heroes who had come to their deaths. They watched in awe as Hu Shaoheng and Yin Shixiang took off in their fighter jets and flew towards the low clouds not far away. No one expected them to make a smooth return flight. Even the best American fighter jets and the best American pilots couldn't challenge the center of a Category 4 hurricane, let alone the Huaxia Imperial pilots who had never achieved anything. Although they would lose the MiG fighter jet, the Huaxia Empire would compensate them. They wouldn't lose anything. Above Cuba's waters, Hu Shaoheng gripped the control stick tightly as he continued to increase the altitude of the fighter jet. The strong wind mixed with the large raindrops smashed into the fighter jet. His vision was getting blurry. The fighter jet flew into the hurricane clouds, and it was like diving into a thick pile of paste. Black clouds surrounded him from all sides, and his visibility was zero. The compass on the fighter jet spun, and the body of the plane tilted and rolled in the wind. Yin Shixiang felt like he was going to throw up his dinner. Hua Xiaoheng connected to the Nandus satellite navigation system and connected all the data to the Huaxia Empire's Nandus satellite command center. At this point, he was completely relying on the Nandus satellite navigation system to fly the fighter jet. His eyes were useless. Gu Nianji watched as Zhao Liangzi hung up and asked nervously, "Will they come to save us?" Because when Shi was by their side, Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi didn't mention Hua Xiaoheng's name. Gu Nianji didn't even say, "Uncle Hua." It was fine as long as they knew who the other was talking about. "Yes, but let's hold on for 15 minutes. Zhao Liangzi looked anxiously at the rising waves and the approaching speedboats. "Hide, they have shoulder-fired rocket launchers." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud whooshing sound from the sea. A rocket cut through the rain and hit the engine room on the lowest level of the cruise ship. Seawater gushed in, and the cruise ship began to tilt and sink. Gu Nianji grabbed Zhao Liangzi's arm, her voice hoarse. "Oh no! They're going to sink the ship." It turned out that the pirates didn't want to climb onto the cruise ship and fight them face to face. They chose to sink the cruise ship. "Let's go." Zhao Liangzi carried the unconscious Wen Shuyi on his back and left the open-air amusement park on the 4th floor to run to the 3rd floor. More rockets hit the Princess cruise ship, and more seawater poured in. The 2nd floor was quickly submerged, and seawater slowly rose to the 3rd floor. This is the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including the monthly votes of 4,900 plus 1 update. It'll be around 1 in the afternoon. Don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes, dear friends. Mwah. Oh, intersection_intersection, oh. Chapter 181. The huge waves from the hurricane affected their area of the sea. Fortunately, they weren't in the eye of the storm and were only at the periphery, but it was still very frightening. Such a large cruise ship was tossed about in the face of the storm like a toy in the hands of nature, unable to control its own fate. Gu Nianji looked through the window and saw the dark water approaching them. She quickly said to Zhao Liangzi, "The ship might sink. What should we do?" "Let's go to the 4th floor." Zhao Liangzi looked at his watch. They should be here soon. They were only 1 minute away from the 15 minutes, Hua Xiaoheng said. This was indeed the best they could do. Now the cruise ship was surrounded on all sides by the pirates' white speedboats. These people were well armed and even had shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. They might as well have jumped off the ship with the chefs and sailors. Gu Nianji smiled bitterly and ran to the 4th floor behind Zhao Liangzi. They had just reached the 4th floor when the 3rd floor was flooded. The ship gradually sank, but the pirates still held their weapons and glared at them. Someone set up a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher and aimed it in the direction of the 4th floor. Zhao Liangzi carried Gu Nianji in his arms. "Are you scared?" "No." Gu Nianji raised the sniper rifle in her hand and said coldly, "We're going to die anyway. Let's take out a few first." She aimed at the guy with the rocket launcher and pulled the trigger without mercy. A sniper rifle was still faster than a rocket launcher. The man was shot between the eyebrows and his entire body stiffened. With a splash, he fell into the sea with his rocket launcher. The pirates on the speedboat saw this and jumped up in anger. They pointed at Gu Nianji and cursed and fired at them at the same time. Zhao Liangzi quickly pulled Gu Nianji to the deck. At this moment, a fighter jet emerged from the center of the hurricane not far away and flew toward them at lightning speed. It was as fast as lightning and almost flew close to the surface of the sea like a gray sparrow hawk. The plane flipped in midair, turned 90 degrees, and flew a circle around Gu Nianji's cruise ship at high speed. Bullets rang out from the fighter jet and strafed the speedboats. Shells were dropped from the fighter jets onto the speedboats. The latest MiG-35 fighter jet against the unknown passenger speedboat was a crushing massacre. It just so happened that the pirates on the speedboat had brought a lot of rockets with them. When they were hit by the shells from the fighter jets, all of them exploded. At this time, the pirates were all hit. The speedboats exploded one after another, sending flames, smoke, and huge waves into the sky. The pirates who were not killed on the spot jumped into the sea. The fighter jet did not intend to let them go. Hua Xiaoheng pulled up the control lever to increase their visibility. Yin Shixiang operated the machine gun in the fighter jet as he expressionlessly chased after the pirates who were trying to escape in the sea. As long as someone stuck their head out, a string of bullets would immediately follow. This change happened so quickly that the entire process took less than 10 minutes, and the 8 arrogant white speedboats were all buried in the sea. Gu Nianji raised her head and stared intently at the fighter jet flying from the center of the hurricane. She watched as it spun and flipped in the air. She watched as sparks shot out of the fighter jet's muzzle. Her emotions surged. She knew that this had to be Uncle Hua's fighter jet. He was the best fighter jet pilot in the Huaxia Empire. She had seen him train before, there was no mistaking it. Gu Nianji broke free from Zhao Liangzi's arm and stood up from the deck. She jumped and screamed at the sky, her soft voice rising to a high pitch, but dissipated in the fierce wind. Hua Xiaoheng saw the delicate figure bouncing on the deck and smiled. He was about to instruct Yin Shixiang to lower the rope ladder when he suddenly saw several tiny red dots appear on the plane's radar screen. It was a signal that a plane was approaching from the north. Hua Xiaoheng quickly pulled up the plane and flew backwards in a combat stance. The planes from the north did not attack them. They circled the cruise ship once and flew away. It turned out to be 2 drones. Hua Xiaoheng looked up and saw the tracks of a large ship in the northern waters. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was no ordinary ship, but a military vessel. There were cruisers, destroyers, and even a few well-equipped speedboats flying the American flag. They were speeding towards Gu Nianji's cruise ship. The person standing on the fastest speedboat was Gu Nianji's professor, He Zhichu. Yin Shixiang also saw it and asked urgently, Hua Xiao, what should we do? As he spoke, the military vessel's radar had already detected Hua Xiaoheng's fighter jet and immediately responded with a missile lock. Hua Xiaoheng made a snap decision and jerked the control stick to turn the plane 180 degrees. He flew straight into the hurricane's center. As soon as they entered the center of the hurricane, the U.S. military vessel's missile lock failed because the thick clouds and heavy rain had completely paralyzed the enemy's radar. Hua Xiao. Those people. Yin Shixiang was so anxious he forgot to feel dizzy. The plane shook like a patient in the middle of the hurricane, and the fuselage was dented in several places. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, He Zhichu must be here to save them. He couldn't let the U.S. military lock onto them, and he couldn't let them think that the Cuban military was trying to provoke them. Yin Shixiang didn't say anything else and focused on the navigation as he flew the fighter jet out of the hurricane center with Hua Xiaoheng. When they appeared on the Cuban Air Force's radar, everyone was stunned. They actually made it back alive. Ow, ow, ow. The group of people shouted and jumped as they rushed out to welcome the MiG-35 fighter jet that was slowly descending. Although the plane was riddled with holes, they finally made it out of the hurricane alive. Gu Nianji watched as the plane flew back into the hurricane's clouds. She stood alone at the bow and stared in the direction the plane had disappeared. She didn't even notice that the cruise ship was gradually sinking to the 4th floor. She didn't feel the seawater rising to her feet until someone walked to her side and picked her up. Nianji, are you okay? She trembled and looked away to see He Zhichu's shimmering, sultry eyes looking at her. Gu Nianji blinked. She hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the plane. Nianji. He Zhichu called again and wiped the rainwater off her face. He kissed her forehead and pressed her against his chest. He patted her back and murmured, It's okay. Don't be afraid, I'm here, Gu Nianji was extremely nervous and disappointed. Finally, like a bowstring that had been pulled too tight, it snapped with a snap. Her body went limp and she fainted in He Jichu's arms. Zhao Liangzi stood up with Wen Shuyi on his back and looked at He Jichu. Professor He, let's go. This ship is going to sink. He Jichu nodded and picked Gu Nianji up in his arms before turning to board the speedboat. Because the cruise ship had already sunk below the surface, the small speedboat was almost level with the highest level of the cruise ship. The speedboat sped towards the U.S. Navy's warship with them. Zhao Liangzi squinted and asked, Professor He, you contacted the U.S. Navy. He Jichu's face was livid. He looked at Gu Nianji intently and said without looking up, it was an emergency, so I had to ask them for a favor. Zhao Liangzi didn't expect He Jichu to reveal the truth with just one question, but his evaluation of He Jichu increased. He pointed at Wen Shuyi, who was still unconscious. She took a bullet for Nianji, so we only gave her a simple bandage. I'm afraid she'll have to go to the operating room for surgery immediately after we get back. He Jichu finally looked at Wen Shuyi. He only glanced at her before turning back to wipe the rainwater from Gu Nianji's hair. There was a ready-made operating room on the U.S. Navy's warship, as well as highly skilled military doctors. The bullet in Wen Shuyi's left chest, near her shoulder, was quickly removed and sent to a helicopter to fly to Washington, D.C. The unconscious Gu Nianji was carried onto the helicopter by Zhao Liangzi and returned with them. He Jichu didn't approach her again. He sat coldly by the window. Back in Washington, D.C., the helicopter sent them directly to He Jichu's manor near the Potomac River. Zhao Liangzi originally wanted to take Gu Nianji directly back to the apartment, but He Jichu dissuaded him. I already have a doctor on standby. You and Nianji can stay at my place for the night. It won't be too late to go back tomorrow after making sure she's fine. Zhao Liangzi was also worried that Gu Nianji was sick. She had to go to the hospital for a checkup anyway, so he nodded and agreed. Wen Shuyi and Gu Nianji were placed in the same room so the doctor could set up all kinds of testing equipment. Zhao Liangzi was worried and slept on the floor next to Gu Nianji's bed for the night. Early the next morning, he woke up to check all kinds of equipment. He was relieved to see that Gu Nianji's equipment was normal. She didn't have a fever or injury. The He family's maid came over to invite him to breakfast. Zhao Liangzi went to the bathroom to wash up and followed her out. Not long after he left, He Jichu came to the room. He first checked Gu Nianji's condition and was relieved to see that she was fine. He sat by Gu Nianji's bed and silently watched her sleep, lost in thought. He still had a lingering fear when he thought about what had happened yesterday. 6 or 7 days ago, his father, Mr. He, had suddenly fallen seriously ill and sent word that he had to go back. He had no choice but to go and return quickly. It would be no problem for him to return before Gu Nianji's birthday. He didn't expect to find his father's condition more serious than he had imagined when he returned. He was delayed for 2 more days. Fortunately, Auntie Qin was taking care of his father, so he could return with peace of mind. Thinking of Auntie Qin, he let out a long sigh and looked down at Gu Nianji as he adjusted her blanket. As soon as he returned from his hometown, he rushed to the Caribbean Sea. When he discovered that all communications on the Princess cruise ship had been cut off, he knew something must have happened. He didn't want to remember how he felt when he received the news. That chaotic, anxious, regretful, and helpless feeling. He didn't expect to experience it again after 6 years. Driven by this extreme emotion, He Jichu used his connections at the highest level to borrow a warship from the U.S. Navy to go to sea for rescue. Fortunately, he arrived in time and didn't cause a bigger disaster. If he had arrived a minute later, He Jichu thought of the floating bodies on the sea and the fighter jet that had disappeared into the center of the hurricane. His face turned ashen again. Professor He. Wen Shuyi's voice sounded from the other side of the room. He Ji-chu turned to look and got up to walk over. You're awake. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and stood in front of Wen Shuyi's bed. How are your injuries? His tone was so gentle and his greeting was so caring that Wen Shuyi trembled with excitement. She struggled to get up from the bed. I'm much better. Professor He, thank you for your hard work. How is Mr. He? Slap. He Ji-chu suddenly slapped Wen Shuyi hard in the face. The slap was so hard that Wen Shuyi rolled off the bed and onto the floor. Her head tilted to one side and she couldn't get up. You've grown up. He Ji-chu squeezed out the words from between his teeth. He suddenly took out a gun and pointed it at Wen Shuyi's temple. What did I say? Did you forget? I think you want to die. Gu Nianji's eyes widened as she watched the usually elegant and refined Professor He reveal his violent side. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She had woken up when He Ji-chu came in but didn't want to open her eyes, so she pretended to be asleep. It wasn't until she heard the slap that she opened her eyes to see He Ji-chu still pointing a gun at Wen Shuyi. No matter what, Gu Nianji had to admit that Wen Shuyi had saved her this time. Although she was wearing a bulletproof vest, who knew where the pirate would hit? What if he hit her in the head? She wasn't wearing a bulletproof helmet. Wen Shuyi stood in front of her and took the bullet for her. She didn't know why He Ji-chu wanted to kill Wen Shuyi, but she knew she couldn't just sit back and watch. Professor He. Gu Nianji called weakly. What are you doing? He Ji-chu looked up at her with his shimmering, sultry eyes. His gaze immediately softened. Professor He, teaching assistant when saved my life. I haven't thanked her properly. Gu Nianji slowly sat up. He Ji-chu put away his gun and walked over to sit on the bed beside Gu Nianji. He held her shoulders and said with concern, Happy birthday. Nianji, I owe you a grand birthday. Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. Professor He, you don't owe me. I'll never forget this birthday. The corners of He Ji-chu's mouth twitched as he continued to ask her, How are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? Are you hungry? Do you want to get a doctor to check you again? He was able to control his emotions so easily that Gu Nianji shrank into the bed uncomfortably. I'm fine, I don't feel unwell. I'm just a little hungry. She looked at Wen Shuyi lying on the floor and felt sorry for her. She bit her lip and asked again, Professor He, where are Brother Huang and the others? He Ji-chu already knew from Zhao Liangzi that Gu Nianji was pleading for Wen Shuyi. He patted her head and sighed. Little Huang and the others were found. They're fine. Go wash up. I'll get someone to send some food over. Gu Nianji smiled and lifted the blankets to get out of bed. She went to the bathroom to wash up. Wen Shuyi struggled to get up from the floor. He Ji-chu didn't even look at her and walked past her calmly. This is the second chapter of 4,000 words, including the monthly votes of 4,900 plus chapters. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. P.S. Congratulations to the China women's volleyball team for winning the Olympic gold medal after 12 years. Chapter 182. Gu Nianji ran into Zhao Liangzi at the breakfast spot. Come and sit. Zhao Liangzi pulled out a high-back chair for her. Breakfast is good. Have some corn chowder and crab cheese chowder. Gu Nianji's stomach growled when she saw the delicacies. Zhao Liangzi patted her head with a smile. Hurry up and eat. You're so hungry you can't even talk. After breakfast, they bid farewell to He Ji-chu and left. He Ji-chu was in the study dealing with business and didn't see them. He only sent a butler to get a driver to take them back. After Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi left, He Ji-chu ordered someone to call Wen Shuyi over. Wen Shuyi wore a baggy white striped hospital gown. She had changed into it on the Navy warship. Her face was pale, and her right cheek still had a handprint from Hijichu's slap. Her round face was visibly haggard, and her lips were dry and peeling. Only her slender eyes remained calm and steady. Heavy dark green velvet curtains hung from the study window, and dark gold curtains hung diagonally from hooks on either side of the window. The lights weren't turned on, and only a blue Tiffany table lamp on Hijichu's desk was on. Hijichu's face was hidden behind the table lamp, and he looked at her darkly without speaking. Although when Shuyi was prepared, Hijichu's gaze still made her sweat profusely. She tried her best to remain calm. After a while, she said, "Professor He, why did you want to see me? What happened on the cruise yesterday? Where did those pirates come from?" Hijichu leaned against the large leather chair in the study, playing with a silver revolver in his hand. "Don't tell me you don't know anything." When Shuyi's eyes suddenly reddened. She closed them and choked out, "I really don't know anything. If Professor He doesn't believe me, you can kill me. My whole family is from the He family. My family won't complain if you kill me. You think I wouldn't dare?" Hijichu spun the gun in his hand and aimed it at Wen Shuyi. He said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Don't think I wouldn't dare to touch you just because my father sent you to me." Wen Shuyi's tears flowed uncontrollably, but she still kept her eyes closed. She did not open them, nor did she argue. She looked like she was ready to be beaten and killed. Hijichu pointed the gun at her for a long time but didn't fire. "Remember this. If Nianji hadn't interceded for you, you would have been carried out and buried a long time ago." Hijichu put the gun away and tossed it into the drawer. He leaned back against the back of the chair. "Tell me, if it wasn't you, then who was it? Who dares touch my ship? Who wants their lives?" Hijichu had bought the cruise ship specifically for Gu Nianji's 18th birthday. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed by the pirates. When Shuyi's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. She touched the wound on her chest and thought for a moment before saying in a low voice, "Professor He, I really don't know who did this to me. But I found something even more interesting." "What's more interesting? Don't try to change the subject." Hijichu looked at her without moving, his voice cold and distant. When she lowered her eyes and went through the entire sequence of events in her mind. She said, "It's about Gu Nianji." "Speak." "This happened so suddenly that I thought we were all doomed. In the end, Gu Nianji and her guardian really opened my eyes. Their marksmanship was just too good. You only invited them to the cruise ship for your birthday, but they actually brought sniper rifles and semi-automatic submachine guns. Think about it, what kind of person would bring these things on a trip?" Hijichu was taken aback. They brought their own guns. He had seen the guns in Gu Nianji and Zhao Liang's hands yesterday and thought they had gotten them from the pirates. After all, they were all American brands, so he didn't think of anything else. He wasn't surprised that Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi knew how to play with guns. Shooting was indeed a sport, and many people liked it. Of course, shooting was not a sport that everyone could afford to play. "Yes, I saw them take it out of the suitcase with my own eyes." When Shuyi's nervous mood finally relaxed. Also, her resume states that her parents died and she grew up with a guardian. However, her guardian had changed in such a short period of time. Tell me, what kind of family would have two grown men as their guardians? Hijichu leaned forward and clasped his hands together on the desk. His brows furrowed. Also, we ran a check on her according to her resume. Since her birth, it's been flawless. There's no abnormality at all. Everything has witnesses and physical evidence. Don't you think it's funny? It's obvious that none of it is real, but it's made to look like it is. If we hadn't obtained her blood sample and investigated her background, it would have been impossible for anyone else to know that the evidence was fake. What kind of person could fabricate something like this? When Shiyi's lips finally revealed a trace of mockery, but she quickly suppressed it and resumed her respectful demeanor. I just want to remind Professor He not to be blinded by the past. The power behind her is unimaginably powerful. So what? Hijichu didn't find it strange at all. Someone like Nianji can be protected by someone with no background at all. Speaking of which, I have to thank the power behind her. If it weren't for them, I can't imagine what Nianji has gone through in the past 6 years. When Shiyi didn't expect Hijichu to be so protective. Her heart ached, and the wound on her chest seemed to hurt even more. She pressed her hand on the wound and forced a smile. Of course. I know she's very important to you, so I protected her at all costs. I was even willing to take a bullet for her. Professor He, you don't have to worry about me saving Nianji. She never liked me. No matter what I do, she thinks I have ulterior motives. I'm used to it. Really? Hijichu looked at her deeply, as if he wanted to see through her facade and see what she was thinking deep in her heart. When Shiyi tried her best to remain calm. She frowned occasionally, but that was because her wound hurt too much. Hijichu looked at her quietly for a while and finally waved her away. Go back. Rest well for the next 2 months. Don't go to school. Send me a list of what you're doing. I'll ask the school to find me another teaching assistant. When Shiyi didn't dare to say no. In addition, she was seriously injured and needed to recuperate. She didn't want to become disabled because of this. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze returned to their apartment and could finally relax and talk. What a shame. So many of my favorite things sank to the bottom of the Caribbean Sea. Gu Nianji said regretfully. She took out a box of yogurt from the fridge and opened it to eat. Zhao Liangze rolled his eyes at her. Those things are nothing. I'm the one who lost a lot of good things. Oh right, I need to contact Big Xiong and ask him to get me another set. Without those things, I feel like I'm running around naked online. The only things they had on them were their phones and nothing else. Gu Nianji giggled and pointed at Zhao Liangze. You're used to being a hacker. Of course you're afraid of someone snooping on your computer. She looked around and glanced at Zhao Liangze's computer. Don't even think about it. Zhao Liangze patted her head. Go wash up and sleep. I think you didn't sleep well. How can I sleep in someone else's house? Gu Nianji shook her head self-deprecatingly. I'm going in. She walked into her bedroom and closed the door. However, she wasn't in a hurry to go to the bathroom. She took out her phone and dialed Hua Xiaoheng's number. This was the first update. It should be 2 updates at noon, including 5,000 monthly votes and updates. It should be around 1 in the afternoon. Do you want the 4th update at 7 in the evening? Please answer with monthly votes and recommendation votes, okay? Mwah. Oh, __intersection, oh. Chapter 183. Hua Xiaoheng's phone rang for a long time, but no one picked up. Gu Nianji didn't hang up as usual, but left him a message. Uncle Hua, it's Nianji. I had my 18th birthday yesterday, did you come yesterday? After leaving the message, Gu Nianji went to the bathroom to shower. She hadn't showered at Hijichu's house yesterday, and had only dried her hair and washed her feet. After showering, she blow-dried her hair and went to sleep. She was fully recovered the next day, and woke up early to work at the Appropriations Committee. At noon, she went to see Brother Huang at the Committee for Freedom of Ocean Travel, only to discover that he was on sick leave. Gu Nianji was speechless. Even her direct confrontation with the pirates hadn't called in sick, but Brother Huang had. She gave him a call. Senior Brother Huang, what's wrong? I heard you're sick. Brother Huang was sleeping in his apartment, wrapped in blankets. He heard his phone ring and picked it up, groaning, "Nianji. I did all of this for you. I almost lost my life for your birthday, do you know that?" Gu Nianji remembered the speedboat, and was surprised. "What's wrong? I heard from Professor He that you're okay." "My body's fine, but my mind's in shock." Brother Huang had never experienced such a thrilling experience in his life. Being held to the head by several strong black men had scared him to the point of wetting his pants. "Then rest well." Gu Nianji could only comfort him. "Why don't you tell me what happened? Maybe you'll feel better if you tell me." Brother Huang was about to confide in someone, but quickly said, "I still don't know what happened. We were supposed to go on a cruise, but that van dragged us to an empty house and tied us up. I thought I was going to die the whole afternoon. I missed my wife and family so much I was going crazy." "Brother Huang, it's okay, it's okay. Professor He won't let you suffer for nothing." Gu Nianji's heart leaped, but wasn't teaching assistant when the one who arranged for that van, including the speedboat. It was her, but she couldn't guarantee we wouldn't run into bandits. Senior Brother Huang expressed his understanding. Barbados is a small country with average law and order. With such a large group of pirates, there's nothing they can do. Then Professor He found someone, and the Barbados police rescued us. She then wailed, "But I'm still scared. Even now, I can't sleep normally. Every time I close my eyes, I feel the cold barrel of the gun pointed at my head." Gu Nianji comforted him a bit more and discreetly asked for more details before hanging up. "Brother Huang, rest well. I'll bring you good food tonight." For the entire day, Gu Nianji had been thinking about the pirates. She really wanted to know who the culprit was. If it was Wen Shui, why would she want him dead? If it wasn't her, then who was it? What was his motive? However, after thinking about it for a whole day, she still felt that there were too few clues. Other than Wen Shui, who was the most suspicious, she basically couldn't think of anyone else. Moreover, she did not have any evidence to prove that Wen Shui did it. On the contrary, because she had taken a bullet for her, she could no longer express her emotions to Wen Shui as freely as before. So in the end, Gu Nianji let it go. She wasn't the type to dwell on a dead end. If she couldn't figure it out, then she wouldn't think about it for now. She was alive and well, and the person who should be furious was the person who had spent $10 million to buy her life. Gu Nianji shrugged and put it all to the back of her mind. When she returned to the apartment that night, she and Zhao Liangzi brought food to Brother Huang. Zhao Liangzi also took the opportunity to ask Brother Huang a lot of information. Zhao Liangzi was a professional and asked many details that Gu Nianji had overlooked. When they returned to their apartment, Zhao Liangzi frowned at Gu Nianji. "Which one of us has an enemy in Barbados? You or me? Why do you say that?" Gu Nianji propped her chin up and widened her eyes like a curious baby. According to what Brother Huang just said, the culprit needed a lot of connections in Barbados. Do you think any random person would be able to pull off a crime like this in the capital of Barbados? Zhao Liangzi ruffled Gu Nianji's hair. "Don't even think about it. Leave it to us to investigate." "I think Professor He should be the one to investigate," Gu Nianji said quietly. "He's lost too much." She remembered when Shui saying that He Jichu had bought the cruise ship specifically for them. It was brand new, but now it had sunk. There might even have been compensation for the guests. No matter how she looked at it, He Jichu should be the most furious. He'll definitely investigate it too. Zhao Liangzi returned to his computer desk. "I'll tell Big Xiong about the new situation." Gu Nianji refused to leave and dawdled for a while. She asked in a roundabout way, "Brother Zhe, where are Big Xiong and the others?" Zhao Liangzi paused and turned to look at her with a smile. "Why are you asking? Didn't you say they went to Cuba?" It'll take more than a day or two to get a nuclear submarine back, right? Gu Nianji looked at him eagerly. Then Uncle Hua. Oh, you want to ask Hua Xiao? Zhao Liang's eyes flashed with mockery. Hua Xiao and Big Xiong have already returned to the Huaxia Empire. They've already returned. Gu Nianji was shocked. That fast? Yes, something happened in the empire. They left on a private plane. Zhao Liangzi relayed Big Xiong's words. However, Big Xiong didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng was doing. As soon as they returned to the Huaxia Empire, Hua Xiaoheng was summoned by the Supreme Commander of the military, General Ji. It was said that he was carrying out a top-secret military mission. In reality, Hua Xiaoheng was placed in detention by General Ji. In order to maintain Hua Xiaoheng's authority, only a few people knew about this, including General Ji himself, Speaker Long of the Senate, and Hua Xiaoheng's father, Wu Guanqin, the director of the military's political department. 2 months, not a day less. Everyone in the military knew that detention was very unpleasant. Although it wasn't corporal punishment, it was worse than corporal punishment. The loneliness of being cut off from the world and having no one to talk to could sometimes drive people crazy. But Hua Xiaoheng was an exception. Confinement was also part of their training for the Special Operations Forces. That was why General Ji placed Hua Xiaoheng in detention as a warning rather than a punishment. Hua Xiaoheng didn't argue and went to the detention room alone. He was a major general and couldn't let anyone know that he was in detention. Therefore, his detention room was a small room that General Ji had temporarily prepared. It had its own kitchen and bathroom, a bed, a desk, a computer with no internet access, and a large cabinet of books and files. He couldn't go online for the next 2 months, but he could read. The books and files were enough to kill 2 months of his time. Of course, his phone, tablet, and other things were confiscated and couldn't be brought in. General Ji personally guarded him and supervised his confinement. With such high standards, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi definitely wouldn't be able to get any specific information. Gu Nianji didn't receive any calls from Hua Xiaoheng. She sighed in relief when she heard that he was carrying out a top-secret military mission. But she also felt a little regretful. It was her 18th birthday, and she didn't even hear Uncle Hua say, "Happy birthday," to her. Gu Nianji returned to her room and took a shower. She changed into her pajamas and went to bed. She was going to watch the news for a while before going to bed when her phone rang. Gu Nianji looked at the caller ID and saw that it was He Zhichu. She hesitated for a moment, then swiped her finger to answer the call. "Hello, Professor He." Gu Nianji greeted him politely. He Zhichu pursed his lips, phone in hand as he looked out the window at the rushing Potomac River. His voice was cool as he asked, "Nianji, are you feeling better?" Gu Nianji nodded, "I'm fine, I've been fine for a long time. I even went to the capital today to listen in on the debate." "I'm glad you're fine." He Zhichu didn't know what else to say. He was silent for a moment, then said, "Nianji, your parents are no longer around. Why do you keep changing guardians?" Gu Nianji was speechless. She also hesitated for a moment before replying dryly, "That's all in the past. I'm 18 now and can make my own decisions. I don't need a guardian anymore." Gu Nianji suddenly came to a realization when she said this. She was 18 years old and legally able to bear full legal responsibility. That meant she really didn't need a guardian anymore. So she no longer had any reason or standing to interact with Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji suddenly felt panicked and didn't know what to do. It was like standing in a sea of people. Everyone walked past her, but she didn't recognize a single person. Gu Nianji hugged the panda pillow and shrunk deeper into the bed. She wanted to bury her entire body behind the pillow. He Zhichu saw that Gu Nianji didn't want to answer his question, so he didn't continue asking. Gu Nianji said she didn't need a guardian anymore. She probably meant she would have more autonomy in her life in the future. Hijichu quietly looked out the window at the Potomac River, his shimmering, sultry eyes sparkling in the mid-autumn night. He took a deep breath and decided to hang up. Okay, I'll let you know directly if there's anything in the future. Okay. Gu Nianji gripped the phone and buried her face in the pillow. She asked in a low, muffled voice, Professor He, did you find out who the pirates were? Hijichu shook his head, they're all dead. How can I find out? But they took hostages in Barbados. Can't we find out? Gu Nianji didn't understand. With Hijichu's ability and influence, he should have found out something. Barbados isn't the United States. My hands aren't that long. Hijichu smiled bitterly. Nianji, do you think I'm omnipotent? Of course not. Gu Nianji blurted out, completely unaware that Hijichu's face had darkened on the other end of the line. She said, I know they committed a crime on international waters and took hostages in Barbados. It's not easy to find out. But they destroyed Professor He's cruise ship. It's such a huge loss. Don't you want to find out who's behind it and compensate them? They paid $10 million for our lives. That means the mastermind is rich. Hijichu's mood was ruined by Gu Nianji's, of course not. He wanted to sneer but tried his best to hold it in. He said coldly, it's just a cruise ship. I don't care. Also, the cruise ship was given to you. If you don't care, why should I? Oh. For me. Gu Nianji looked up from the pillow in shock. That cruise ship was really given to me. Of course. Didn't you see the words carved on the cruise ship? Hijichu said angrily, or did Wen Shui not do as I said? Oh, no, no. I saw the words, but I thought Professor He was just being polite. Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly. After all, the words were painted and could be changed at any time. If the cruise ship was really hers, well, they would have to prove it. For example, whether or not the cruise ship deed was written in her name. There was no deed and only a few words were painted on the cruise ship. Sorry, she wasn't an ignorant girl who didn't know the law. She couldn't bear this false reputation. I said it's yours. Of course, there's no point in saying it now. Hijichu didn't harp on the matter. The cruise ship had sunk anyway. The most he could do was ask the insurance company for some insurance money. Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead and shook her head, insisting on opposing Hijichu's statement, Professor He, if it's not mine, it's not mine. You can't just say it's mine and carry such a huge gift on my back. I can't bear it. You're saying I lied to you. Hijichu finally understood what Gu Nianji meant. When have I ever lied to you? Angry, he walked back to his study and pulled up the legal documents for the cruise ship from his computer, including the purchase receipt and deed. However, as soon as he pulled it up, he was speechless. The name on the deed was still Hijichu, not Gu Nianji. In other words, Gu Nianji wasn't wrong. She didn't want to bear this false reputation. This cruise ship only had her name painted on it. Hijichu couldn't take it anymore. He hung up and kicked over his desk. He immediately called Wen Shui, who was already recovering in Boston. Wen Shui. I asked you to transfer the ownership of the cruise ship to Nianji. How dare you disobey? If Wen Shui were standing in front of Hijichu now, he would have strangled her to death. Wen Shui's heart skipped a beat. She didn't understand why someone would care about the name on the deed when the ship had already sunk. Professor He, here's the thing. Nianji isn't American. The procedures to transfer the cruise ship to her are very complicated. I'm still waiting for her background check, so... Wen Shui smiled gently. Professor He, now that the cruise ship is gone, do you still want to transfer it to her? If you do, I can ask the company doing the background check to hurry up and finish it. There's no need. I'll buy her something else for her birthday. Hijichu's voice was even colder than 10,000-year-old ice. After you recover, you don't have to be my teaching assistant anymore. I'll make it clear to your family. You don't have to follow me anymore. Wen Shuyi closed her eyes. Her hands were trembling, but she didn't argue. She replied gently, "Okay, I'll listen to Professor He." With that, she hung up and fell back onto the bed. She turned around and leaned against the pillow to cover the sound of her choking sobs. This is the second and third chapter in one, with 4,000 words, including 5,000 additional monthly votes. Do you want the fourth chapter at 7 p.m.? Please answer with your monthly votes and recommendation votes, okay? Mwah. Oh, ___, oh. Chapter 184. Every time Gu Nianji thought back to what had happened on her 18th birthday, the one that left the deepest impression was the silver-gray fighter jet roaring through the wind and rain. Although it was a pity that Hu Xiaoheng hadn't come in person, Gu Nianji stubbornly regarded it as beauty without regret. The pinnacle of beauty was beauty without regret, such as Venus' broken arm and the unfinished Dream of the Red Chamber. Hijichu had not hesitated to repair his relationship with the U.S. military and borrow a Navy warship to rescue her. She was grateful, but she had never thought to accept such a big gift from him. After that, she kept her distance from Hijichu and devoted herself to her work and studies. Hijichu sensed her alienation, and although he felt bad, he knew he couldn't force her too much. He had to give her time to slowly adapt, so he temporarily put Gu Nianji's matter aside and traveled between Harvard University in Boston and B University in the capital of the Huaxia Empire, teaching and mentoring graduate students. Time always passed the fastest when one was working hard. Soon, it was December, and winter had arrived in Washington. In the evening, Gu Nianji walked out of Capitol Hill in a delicate silver-gray cashmere horn-button coat and walked to her apartment hotel. Because her apartment was very close to Capitol Hill, she had insisted on walking back for the past 2 months and considered it a form of exercise. When she arrived at the door, she saw a voluptuous Chinese-American woman in a dark red coat standing there, talking to the hotel doorman. The doorman recognized Gu Nianji, and quickly waved when he saw her. "Miss Gu. Someone's looking for you." Gu Nianji looked at the woman. She had a fair complexion and eye-catching arched eyebrows. Beneath the arched eyebrows was a pair of almond-shaped eyes that were kind and gentle. She had a dainty nose and a pair of similarly dainty lips that were lightly colored. She looked like she was in her 20s and was very calm and steady. She was very beautiful and refined, but Gu Nianji was sure she didn't know this woman. Gu Nianji nodded to her. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" The woman smiled as she looked at Gu Nianji, her eyes filled with amazement. She quickly walked over and introduced herself to Gu Nianji. "I'm Jiang Hongcha, I don't know if Mei Xiaoan mentioned me to you." The Weibo name of Black Tea's Sky flashed across Gu Nianji's mind. This woman must be Mei Xiaoan's first girlfriend, I don't remember if he mentioned it or not. Gu Nianji smiled. She hadn't been in much contact with Mei Xiaoan lately. Mei Xiaoan felt that he was always the one taking the initiative to approach Gu Nianji. It had already been half a year, but Gu Nianji was still lukewarm. He was unwilling to give up and decided to leave Gu Nianji out in the cold for a while, playing hard to get. When she couldn't take it anymore and came to him, he would treat her well. That was the only way he could truly win over this little girl's heart. Gu Nianji knew that she would be going back at the end of the year, but she hadn't figured out how to face Mei Xiaoan, so she didn't take the initiative to contact him. Now that she saw Jiang Hongcha, Gu Nianji couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Did you need something from me?" Jiang Hongcha felt uneasy seeing Gu Nianji like this. She had seen Gu Nianji's face and thought that she was just a pretty and smart commoner girl. She could do whatever she wanted to her. However, the woman in front of him had just passed her 18th birthday, and the aura she exuded was clearly the elegance and restraint that could only be nurtured in the upper-class society. Could it be that she had been reborn in just half a year in the U.S. Congress? Jiang Hongcha suppressed the bitterness in her heart and smiled warmly at Gu Nianji. I do have something to tell you. It's about me and Mei Xiaowen. Would you like to have a cup of coffee with me? Seeing Gu Nianji's hesitation, Jiang Hongcha immediately said, We're not going anywhere else, just here. This is a hotel, so there should be a coffee shop, right? Yes, come with me. Gu Nianji didn't want to talk to Jiang Hongcha at first, but when she heard that it was about her and Mei Xiaowen, she didn't want to refuse. Most importantly, she was very hesitant. She couldn't see any way out of her relationship with Mei Xiaowen, so she needed to listen to other people's opinions. Jiang Hongcha was Mei Xiaowen's first girlfriend, so she should have the right to speak. They went to the Capital Hotel's coffee shop and found a corner to sit down. Large pots of green plants formed a small, secluded space. Gu Nianji ordered a cappuccino and slowly swirled the spoon in her coffee cup. She propped her head up with one hand and looked calmly at Jiang Hongcha, who sat across from her. Jiang Hongcha didn't order coffee, but a glass of warm milk. I can't drink coffee right now. She smiled gently at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji thought that Jiang Hongcha's smile was filled with the radiance of motherhood. She looked down and tossed the spoon away, then took a sip of the warm cappuccino. Jiang Hongcha held the warm milk in her hands and looked as if she didn't know where to start. After a while, she said, Nianji, can I call you Nianji? Whatever. Gu Nianji smiled and looked up at Jiang Hongcha. Her voice was soft and slightly raspy. She'd been debating with people on Capitol Hill all afternoon about appropriations, and her voice was now hoarse. My family and the Mei family are family friends, we were childhood friends. Jiang Hongcha was lost in fond memories. But we were only together in high school. Gu Nianji frowned slightly. She was getting impatient. She had been busy with work and hadn't had lunch today. She was in a hurry to go home for dinner. If Jiang Hongcha continued to tell her story from the beginning, how long would it take? Gu Nianji coughed lightly and said, Xiaowen mentioned that he had a first girlfriend who went abroad after high school. They broke up later. That was you, wasn't it? Jiang Hongcha hadn't expected Gu Nianji to tell her all about her beautiful first love in one sentence. She felt a little uncomfortable. Gu Nianji had brought up the beautiful memories of her first love with Xiaowen in such a way. As expected, this girl had grown up without parents. Her upbringing wasn't good. She must have felt bad for rudely interrupting others like this. Jiang Hongcha's smile grew wider as she thought about it. She nodded leisurely, you could say that. But after I graduated from university 4 years ago and returned to China, Xiaowen and I met again. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. Miss Jiang, please get to the point. If you keep stuttering, I'll regret coming here to have coffee with you. Okay, Miss Gu, I'll cut to the chase. Jiang Hongcha sat up straight and leaned forward slightly. The thing is, I wanted to ask, are you Mei Xiaowen's girlfriend? Gu Nianji closed her eyes. Not yet. Then you're not, are you? Jiang Hongcha smiled good-naturedly, then I don't feel so guilty anymore. The thing is, Xiaowen and I can't forget our first love, but there's a barrier in our hearts that we can't get over if we want to be together. Therefore, we made an agreement to give each other another chance to have a try. However, this time, there are no restrictions. Don't worry, Miss Gu, we are in an open relationship. Even if I can date someone else, he can also court other women, such as you. Gu Nianji opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Hongcha quietly. Jiang Hongcha said sympathetically, I know Miss Gu and Mei Xiaowen also had an agreement. You let him wait 6 months, and if he still likes you after 6 months, you'll agree to be his girlfriend, right? Ah, little girl, how can you be so naive? How can you let a man do as he pleases? Miss Jiang, this is between me and Mei Xiaoan. I don't think I need to explain anything to you. Gu Nianji looked out the window impatiently. Don't be angry, I'm just stating the facts. Jiang Hongcha bowed slightly and clutched her stomach again. This is the 4th update, and the monthly votes are 5,100 plus updates. Let's encourage each other with our monthly votes and recommendation votes, okay? Mwah. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 185. Unfortunately, Gu Nianji ignored her, and only took a sip of her cappuccino. I hope Miss Gu doesn't misunderstand. I'm not Xiaoan's girlfriend, and it won't affect your relationship in the future. Jiang Hongcha had no choice but to put on a sincere face and tell the truth, like a caring sister. Gu Nianji remained unmoved. She wondered why her emotions didn't fluctuate at all. Perhaps Gu Nianji's expression was too calm, and didn't contain the indignation, grievance, or anger that she had expected. Jiang Hongcha paused, and asked, Miss Gu, do you understand what an open relationship is? Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. Yes, I don't understand. Explain it to me. Jiang Hongcha sighed inwardly. She had expected this, and patiently explained to her, an open relationship means that between a man and a woman, no one restricts the other party's right to find other sexual partners. As long as you don't agree to be Xiaoan's girlfriend, he's still single, and can do whatever he wants. Including sleeping with you. Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hand, and smiled faintly. Jiang Hongcha's face flushed. This girl was indeed vulgar. She could even say the word, sleeping, in front of an outsider. She smiled and sighed, you don't have to be like that. There's actually an open marriage. You know, in our circle, everyone follows the rules of open marriage. We don't break up marriages, but we also don't restrict the other party's right to find other sexual partners outside of marriage. So please don't overthink it. Even if I have an open relationship with Xiaoan, it doesn't mean I have to end up with him. We're free, and nothing can restrict our freedom. Yes, I understand. An open relationship and an open marriage means that you have to keep each other's freedom, whether you're married or not, right? Gu Nianji put down her hand, no longer interested in talking to Jiang Hongcha. You don't have to tell me about these things. It's none of my business who you sleep with. Do you have to make such a beautiful thing sound so vulgar? Jiang Hongcha was angry. She had come from a wealthy family, and had attended the prestigious Juilliard Academy of Music. She had never been friends with a classmate whose family background was inferior to hers, so she wasn't used to Gu Nianji's way of speaking. Because the things you do are very vulgar. I can't find any beautiful words to describe it. Gu Nianji stood up and spread her hands. Also, I'm very busy. I don't have the time to listen to your sexual history. May I go now? You. Jiang Hongcha almost spilled her milk. I'm here today to talk to you about this. I hope you don't misunderstand. There's nothing going on between me and Xiaoan. He's free to choose who he wants, and neither of us will interfere with each other's business. When Gu Nianji heard this, she sat back down and said with interest, Miss Jiang, the first thing you did was tell me that you and my suitor were in a sexual relationship, and then you told me not to misunderstand your relationship. Are you stupid, or do you think I'm stupid? Can't you accept the truth? Jiang Hongcha shook her head and smiled. That won't do. In our circle, you have to turn a blind eye to this kind of phenomenon. If you can't get used to it, then you don't belong in our circle. Gu Nianji feigned a look of realization. I finally understand. So you're here to persuade me to leave Mei Xiaoan? Jiang Hongcha snorted. She didn't reply, but her expression said, you finally understand. I can leave him, but how much are you willing to pay me? Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hands. Her large eyes sparkled like gems as she stared at Jiang Hongcha. Jiang Hongcha's eyes widened in shock. She said incredulously, "I respect you and reason with you, but you're talking about money with me?" Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows playfully. "You don't have to respect me. Also, what part of what you said just now was respect for me? So don't talk about these things. I'm an ordinary citizen, and ordinary people care about material benefits the most. You're so high and mighty, and you keep saying it's your circle, your circle. May I ask why your circle wants to break me up? Are you trying to reason with me? Shouldn't you be throwing me a check with an astronomical amount of money? That's what they say on TV." Jiang Hongcha's lips trembled. She was beginning to feel like her balls were about to explode. Why was this girl so difficult? "You really don't intend to pay me to leave Mei Xiaoan?" Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. "Looks like your circle is really cheap. They can't even compare to the nouveau riche on TV. They'd have to throw at least $1 million to get rid of an unsuitable girlfriend. What's wrong with that? Are you trying to get something for nothing?" Anger flashed in Jiang Hongcha's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. She discreetly turned on the recording function on her phone, and said kindly to Gu Nianji, "Miss Gu, I'm just trying to persuade you out of goodwill. How could you ask for money?" "I didn't ask for money." Gu Nianji never gave herself away. "You were the one who told me that Mei Xiaoan and I weren't right for each other, and that you wanted me to leave him. That's why I asked you how much you were going to pay me. I was just following the unspoken rules of your circle. Then how much do you want to leave him?" Jiang Hongcha asked with a smile. She was beginning to entice Gu Nianji. "That depends on your sincerity." Gu Nianji nodded slightly. "How much you're willing to pay will show how important Mei Xiaoan is to you. Money is a tacky thing, but it's a common currency, and can be used to measure many things. So you're really with Xiaoan because of his money?" Jiang Hongcha felt that she had enough evidence to kick Gu Nianji out. "That's enough, Miss Gu. Let's not waste any more time talking to each other. I've recorded everything you've said today." She waved her phone at Gu Nianji. "If you don't contact Xiaoan again, I'll pretend this never happened. No one will know about this recording. But if you continue to have an affair with Xiaoan, then don't blame me for being rude. Not only will I show this recording to Xiaoan, but I'll also post it on your school's forum. Let's see if you still have the face to be a graduate student at B University." Jiang Hongcha declared the end of the conversation in a triumphant tone. Gu Nianji looked at her phone and held out her hand. "Give it to me. Give me your phone. Give it to you. Do you think I'm stupid?" Jiang Hongcha laughed heartily, her long, wavy hair bouncing in the wind. She looked incredibly seductive. "I've already synced it to the cloud. It's no use even if you take my phone." Gu Nianji looked at Jiang Hongcha like she was an idiot. When she was done laughing, she said dryly, "Miss Jiang, first of all, you've already violated my privacy by secretly recording my conversation without my permission. Second, you've used my privacy to threaten me for your own personal gain. Based on the extent of your personal gain, you'll be punished from a fine, detention, or jail time. Third, I'm not afraid of you releasing these recordings. If you do, it won't affect me in any way. You, on the other hand, will probably go bankrupt and go to jail. Miss Jiang, please think about it. I'm a law student, and my mentor is He Chu. If you want to sue me, go home and ask your family. See if they'll agree." Jiang Hongcha's pupils shrank. She hadn't expected this little girl to be able to calmly discuss legal issues with her at this point. Jiang Hongcha stared at Gu Nianji for a long time. She suddenly recalled Ai Weinan's words. Gu Nianji didn't love Mei Xiaoan at all. "I understand now. You really don't love him. Jiang Hongcha shrugged. I've been a villain for nothing. She unlocked her phone and deleted the recording right in front of Gu Nianji. She even logged into the cloud and deleted the backup. Look, it's all deleted. There's no more. Jiang Hongcha stood up and grabbed her Hermes platinum bag. She nodded at Gu Nianji and turned to leave. Gu Nianji called out to her, Miss Jiang, what's your phone number? This is the first update. The fourth update from last night at 7:00 p.m. has been revised. Everyone, please refresh and see. Oh, intersection. Oh. The second update today should be 2 updates in one, including 5,200 monthly votes and updates. It'll be around 1:00 p.m. It's the end of the month. Everyone, please vote for the Major General. Chapter 186. Jiang Hongcha turned around and frowned. Why are you asking for my phone number? To verify your identity, Gu Nianji said with a half-smile. Gu Nianji said with a half-smile, you say you're Jiang Hongcha, but I don't know Jiang Hongcha. I have to prove it, right? You understand. You think I'm an imposter. Jiang Hongcha looked at the sky, speechless, and gave a string of numbers. Gu Nianji entered the numbers into her phone. Almost immediately, Jiang Hongcha's phone rang. Gu Nianji smiled widely. It's really Miss Jiang. Jiang Hongcha thought her smile was irritating, and couldn't help taking out the VCA decal necklace she had prepared in her Hermes platinum bag. This is Xiaowen's birthday present for you. It's your 18th birthday, and I happen to be sick. Xiaowen had to stay with me in the hospital, so he couldn't come. I hope you can forgive us. Gu Nianji didn't care, but she felt her face burn. She pushed Jiang Hongcha's hand away. It's fine. You don't have to provoke me anymore, it's useless. Really? Jiang Hongcha saw that Gu Nianji's expression had finally changed, and was in a good mood. She smiled as she opened the box. Look, isn't this the same model as the 5-flower necklace you had last time? Oh, right, I picked out the necklace and roses for you. Of course, Xiaowen paid for them. Gu Nianji nodded expressionlessly. Got it. Is there anything else? She had been skeptical of Jiang Hongcha's words, but now that she saw the VCA decal necklace, she was at least 70% convinced. However, she didn't want Jiang Hongcha to be smug, so she didn't say anything. Jiang Hongcha shook her head regretfully. Of course there's something else. She put her hand on her stomach and looked down, then looked up at Gu Nianji with a sweet smile, but I don't think there's a need to say it now. Since you don't love him, then stop hanging on to him. I'm hanging on to him. Gu Nianji asked in surprise. When was I hanging on to him? You already said that I'm not his girlfriend, and he has the right to pursue and sleep with other people. You're already with him, and now you're accusing me of hanging on to him. Isn't that double standard? Jiang Hongcha blushed at Gu Nianji's words. You don't love him, but you still want him to wait for you. Aren't you leaving him hanging? Gu Nianji frowned. That's so funny. You're all saying I don't love him. You're not me, so how do you know I don't love him? She had been touched by Mei Xiaowen. Mei Xiaowen had taken care of her in school, pursued her relentlessly after graduation, and had come to the United States to fight with Xian Xingao and get injured. She had been chased out of the Boston mansion by He Zhichu and had walked until her feet were blistered. It was Mei Xiaowen who had appeared before her and carried her back to the apartment. With so many emotions gathered together, she finally agreed to the promise of half a year. She tried very hard to see if she could cultivate a relationship with Mei Xiaowen. First it was Ai Weinan, and then it was Jiang Hongcha. Everyone said that she didn't love Mei Xiaowen at all. What is love? Gu Nianji was deeply confused. You love him. If you love him, would you still be calm and indifferent when you know he's sleeping with someone else? Jiang Hongcha sneered. Her eyebrows were almost raised into a straight line. Ask yourself, have you ever worried about him? Do you miss him so much that you can't sleep when you can't see him? You haven't been in contact with him for almost 2 months, and you still say you love him. I really don't know what's so good about you. Jiang Hongcha was also anxious. Mei Xiaoan refused to let go of his relationship with Gu Nianji. He was still obsessed with the promise of half a year. Jiang Hongcha could no longer sit still as the 6-month promise was coming up. Gu Nianji was about to return to the empire. She had to admit that she had probably overestimated her own charm and underestimated Gu Nianji's attraction to Mei Xiaoan. Mei Xiaoan had slept with her, but they had never been in a formal relationship. Engagement and marriage were out of the question. She had looked around and decided that Mei Xiaoan was the best. He was the perfect match for her in every way. He was also her first love. She didn't want to let go of him again. Gu Nianji was flabbergasted. She was suddenly speechless. I don't have anything good to say. After a while, she lowered her eyes and said coldly, if you want to play tricks, go find Mei Xiaoan. Don't look for me. I don't have time to play games with you. Goodbye. Gu Nianji called the waiter to pay the bill and left. She stood in the elevator and stared blankly at the slowly ascending floor. She kept thinking about what Jiang Hongcha had said. Mei Xiaoan had done a good job when Ai Weinan had pestered him. Gu Nianji trusted him in that regard. But this Jiang Hongcha was different from Ai Weinan. Because of the Weibo post, Red Tea's Sky, Gu Nianji felt that Jiang Hongcha was different from Ai Weinan. She wasn't sure now. Jiang Hongcha's words about whether or not she loved him made Gu Nianji tremble with fear. She even felt a little guilty. Yes, she didn't have those feelings for Mei Xiaoan. But she did have those feelings for someone else. When she saw him smile at someone else, she felt as if the sky had collapsed. She was so angry that she wanted nothing more than to take revenge on society. When she couldn't see him, not only did she worry about him, but she also couldn't eat or drink. When she saw a similar figure on the street, she would stare at it for a long time. If she found out he was sleeping with someone else, Gu Nianji swayed. She took a deep breath and held the elevator railing. Not only was it difficult to breathe, but her heart was about to stop. No, she couldn't think about it anymore. Stop, please stop. She was going to commit a crime if she kept thinking about it. Back at the apartment, Gu Nianji was listless. She didn't chatter like usual during dinner. Zhao Liangzi was not used to it and glanced at her several times. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Gu Nianji was only the most obedient girl when she was sick and in front of Hu Xiao. They already knew that. Gu Nianji shook her head. No. I'm feeling very well. Zhao Liangzi was speechless. He pulled up a chair and sat next to Gu Nianji. He propped his head on his hand and looked at her. Quick, tell Brother Zhe what happened? Is it that obvious? Gu Nianji put down her bowl and chopsticks and wiped her face. You have the words "I'm very annoyed" written all over your face. Zhao Liangzi pinched her ear. Is there anything you can't solve? It's like that. Gu Nianji thought for a moment, then told Zhao Liangzi about her encounter with Jiang Hongcha. She then gave Jiang Hongcha's phone number to Zhao Liangzi. Brother Zhe, can you help me check if she really deleted the recording? Zhao Liangzi was furious and slammed the table. How dare she? How dare she secretly record it? Who does she think she is? The CA. He returned to his room and opened his app to connect to the internet. He quickly found Jiang Hongcha's phone and searched it. The recording had indeed been deleted, and so had the cloud backup. However, Zhao Liangzi saw some embarrassing photos in Jiang Hongcha's cloud backup account. What the F***ck? Mei Xiaoan, how dare you? Zhao Liangze looked through the photos one by one. He was furious. How dare you cheat on Nianji? He stormed out of his bedroom and went to Gu Nianji's room. What's your relationship with Mei Xiaoan? We were classmates. Gu Nianji straightened her clothes in front of the closet. We're friends. Nothing else. He's not your boyfriend. Of course not. Gu Nianji smiled bitterly and picked up a dress to shake. She now understood why she had hesitated in front of Mei Xiaoan. She didn't love him. She really did have someone else in her heart. Her feelings for that person had changed long before she knew it. But she couldn't bring herself to say it in front of Zhao Liangze. Zhao Liangze rubbed his chin and frowned at Gu Nianji for a long time. He's really not your boyfriend. Nianji, don't be afraid. If Mei Xiaoan mistreats you, I'll help you. And Big Xiong and Hua Xiao too. Gu Nianji's hand loosened and the dress almost fell to the floor. Flustered, she hugged the dress and said without turning her head, he's really not my boyfriend. And now that I know about him and Jiang Hongqia, I won't have any other thoughts. Then do you like him? Zhao Liangze walked over to her and turned her around by the shoulders. Tell me the truth. Do you like him or not? If you do, I'll drag him back to you even if I have to break his legs. Gu Nianji couldn't help giggling. Brother Zhe, you've never been in a relationship before. How would you know these things? Pfft. I've never seen a pig walk before, but I've eaten pork before. How could these things be difficult for me, the king of hackers? Zhao Liangze's handsome face lit up with self-satisfaction. He was very charming. Gu Nianji looked at him, but only felt that he was like a big brother that warmed her heart. It was completely different from the way she felt when she thought of Hua Xiaoheng. She closed her eyes and leaned against the door of the closet. I really don't like him. It's time to end things with him, she said in a low voice. Didn't you give him 6 months? If he doesn't change his mind within 6 months, you'll be with him. Zhao Liangze remembered clearly. What if he has a change of heart within 6 months? If he has a change of heart, then of course it doesn't count. I didn't promise to be with him. Gu Nianji shook her head. Besides, I don't love him. Why should I force myself to be with him? To Gu Nianji, this matter couldn't be simpler. Neither of them had feelings for each other, so naturally they would break up. That night, Gu Nianji couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned in bed, lost in thought. She finally understood her feelings. She wasn't overjoyed. Instead, she was terrified and pained. Did Hua Xiao already have a girlfriend? Could she still like him in secret? If Hua Xiao knew what she was thinking, would he teach her a lesson? She suddenly remembered that he had been so distant from her for the past 6 months. Had he already seen through her dark, unspeakable heart? Gu Nianji suddenly covered her head with the blanket and let out a low moan. If it was true, she didn't want to live anymore. She did not have the face to see him again. Just let her live quietly like a dog. Gu Nianji didn't sleep that night and woke up the next morning with bruises under her eyes. Zhao Liangze looked at her face. What's wrong? Did you steal chickens last night? You're the one who went out to steal a chicken. Gu Nianji bickered with him. I studied all night. Can't I? Fine, even our genius girl has to study all night. How do you expect others to live? Zhao Liangze chuckled and peeled a hard-boiled egg for her. It's almost Christmas. Let's go back, shall we? Yes. Gu Nianji lowered her head to eat the porridge. It's the holidays here on Christmas Eve, so we can leave the United States a day earlier. In other words, they would leave the United States on December 23rd and return to the Huaxia Empire on December 24th. Her half-year internship was finally over. He Jichu had already returned to Be University in the capital of the Hua Xia Empire to prepare for the start of the next semester. He had already bought plane tickets for her and brother Huang to return to the Hua Xia Empire. Gu Nianji's ticket was back to Sea City, while brother Huang was going back to the imperial capital. That's great, we're finally going back. The food here has ruined my appetite. Zhao Liangzi shook his head and hummed a tune as he happily cleared the dishes. Gu Nianji dawdled for a while before asking, Brother Zhe, has Hu Xiao returned from his mission? Not yet. Zhao Liangzi shook his head as he wiped the dishes. Big Xiong and I haven't been able to contact him. But I heard he'll be back soon. If it's 2 months, he should be back around the 17th or 18th. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief, but was immediately stifled again. She silently carried her backpack, left her apartment, and walked to Capitol Hill. On the way, she gave Mei Xiaoan a call. Nianji. It's really you. How have you been? Mei Xiaoan was overjoyed. Gu Nianji finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The smugness in his heart was overflowing. Gu Nianji smiled wryly and said quietly, Class rep, I'm fine. How about you? Class rep? Why are you still calling me class rep? Mei Xiaoan was unhappy. What did I say? You'll be my girlfriend in 10 days. Gu Nianji was speechless. She took a deep breath and switched the phone from her right hand to her left. She coughed and said, Class rep, I think it's better for us to be friends. We're not suitable as lovers. What did you say? Mei Xiaoan froze. He couldn't believe his ears and couldn't help looking at his phone to make sure it was Nianji's number. Are you really Nianji? Yeah. Gu Nianji stopped at the bottom of the steps of the Capitol Hill building. She turned sideways and continued, I told you before that I'd give us 6 months. If you still want to be with me in the next 6 months, we can give it a try. I really do want to be with you. Are you going back on your word? Mei Xiaoan's heart was pounding. He couldn't describe how he felt. He didn't have the unforgettable love for Gu Nianji that he had for Jiang Hongqia. However, he had always known that Gu Nianji was more suitable to be his wife than Jiang Hongqia. This is the second and third update of the series, including the monthly votes of 5,200 plus updates. It's the end of the month, so let's all vote for the Major General. Chapter 187. It's not that I broke my promise, it's that you don't want to be with me, so our 6-month promise is invalid. Gu Nianji replied coolly. The December morning wind in Washington was bone-chilling, and Gu Nianji tightened her coat. A Hermes flamenco silk cashmere scarf hung around her neck, adding a touch of color to her iron-gray military-style cashmere coat. It was especially alluring on a winter morning. Familiar congressional staff and congressmen greeted her one after another. Good morning. Gu, I like your outfit today. Gu, do you want me to bring you breakfast? Gu Nianji waved at everyone with a smile, then pointed to her phone. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, indicating that they understood. She turned around and didn't stand by the steps. Instead, she went to a barren tree on the street and put her hands in her coat pockets as she sat on a bench by the street. Mei Xiaoan obviously didn't accept her explanation, and sneered, You're still saying you didn't break your promise. When did I say I don't want to be with you? I just said you'll be my girlfriend soon, and you've already forgotten? Can't our straight-A student be so forgetful? Mei Xiaoan, you really want to be with me? Gu Nianji was very calm. When she spoke, her red lips, which were like water chestnuts, turned into frost. Her Mongol-like face was shrouded in white mist, and she had the hazy beauty of a soft mirror. How many times have I said that I want to be with you? I want you to be my girlfriend, I even want to marry you. Why don't you believe me? Mei Xiaoan stood on his balcony and looked at the lights of the city. He was furious. Why was this girl so stubborn? Gu Nianji sighed, and said hoarsely, Mei Xiaowen, your words and actions are completely different. Who do you think I should believe? Do you believe in empty words, or do you believe in what you have done? Mei Xiaowen clearly didn't expect Gu Nianji to say this. He was silent for a moment. Nianji, what do you mean? My meaning is very clear. Since neither of us has the heart, we don't have to force ourselves to be together. Her hands and feet were starting to feel cold after being outside for a long time. Gu Nianji got up and walked to the Capitol building. She didn't expect that such a simple phone call would drag on for so long. Mei Xiaowen paced back and forth on the balcony. How am I careless? I've been longing for your return with all my heart, and you treat me like this? Have you had a change of heart? Was it you? I haven't had a change of heart. Gu Nianji's voice was very calm. There had always been only one person in her heart, and that had never changed. Since you haven't changed your mind, why did you say that? I like you, and you like me. What else do you want? Nianji, stop fooling around and come back. I'll treat you better when you come back. I'll make you the envy of all the girls. Mei Xiaowen took a deep breath and began to persuade Gu Nianji. Little girls could not stand this kind of words of love with the nature of promises. Gu Nianji knew she had to be harsh. She walked up the steps and said quietly, No, you don't like me, and I don't like you, so I don't understand why you want me to be your girlfriend. Mei Xiaowen was very uncomfortable when he heard this. He liked Nianji, although not that much. It was still difficult for him to accept that Gu Nianji clearly said she didn't like him. He had been the Prince Charming of all girls since he was a child. Even a proud goddess like Jiang Hongqia had to bow her head to him in the end. He didn't believe that he couldn't handle a little orphan girl. Nianji, you like me. Mei Xiaowen was full of confidence. Maybe you don't even know it yourself, but you really like me. Gu Nianji was speechless. She opened the door to her small office and threw her backpack on the sofa. She took off her coat and wore only a thin cashmere cardigan and a silk scarf. She put her phone in her trouser pocket and put on her earphones. She continued to talk to Mei Xiaowen as she made herself coffee and bought breakfast. Mei Xiaowen, let's not waste any more time. You and I already know this, and it's very awkward to say it out loud. Gu Nianji didn't want to tell him about Jiang Hongqia. In her opinion, that was the evidence that would only be revealed when they fell out. For now, she wanted to end things with Mei Xiaowen politely. You're determined to break up, aren't you? Mei Xiaowen couldn't help being sarcastic when he saw that she wouldn't listen to him no matter what he said. Why don't you just say that you had a change of heart, that you cheated on me, and that you had an affair? Why do you have to put the blame on me and say that I don't want to be with you? Don't you think you're distorting the truth? Gu Nianji walked back to her small office with coffee and a plate of muffins. She laughed when she heard this. Mei Xiaowen, you and I are both law students, and we need evidence for everything we say and do. Subjective assumptions will always be subjective assumptions, they don't represent objective facts. First of all, we've never been together, so how can we break up? I'm warning you, if you dare distort the truth and exaggerate in public, I won't laugh it off. You know that I'm a very serious person. Don't blame me for being ruthless when you're embarrassed. Besides, do I need to remind you who broke our 6-month promise? Of course not. Because you're the one who broke your promise. You don't want to be with me. Mei Xiaowen's guilty conscience made him appear even more fierce. I'm telling you, I don't agree. Mei Xiaowen, actions speak louder than words. When it comes to sentencing, the consequences of actions are the basis for sentencing. The legal consequences of words must be judged by the consequences of actions they lead to. You keep saying that you want to be with me, but in the past 6 months, you've been in a de facto relationship with someone else. Your actions have proven that you don't want to be with me, so our 6-month promise is no longer valid. Gu Nianji put down her coffee and muffin, and sat down to turn on her computer. She began wrapping up her internship and writing her internship report. Mei Xiaowen was speechless by Gu Nianji's words, which sounded like a courtroom argument. He froze for a long time before asking incredulously, "Nianji, what do you mean? What do you mean by de facto relationship?" "I'm telling you, I'm not." "No. You're saying that you've been clean for the past 6 months, and haven't had anything more than a friendship with another woman." Gu Nianji frowned. Mei Xiaowen was really difficult to deal with. Perhaps she should say Jiang Hongqiao's name. But saying Jiang Hongqiao's name would make it seem like she was jealous and trying to catch her cheating boyfriend. She didn't want to give Mei Xiaowen that impression at all. Mei Xiaowen wasn't her boyfriend, so she didn't really care who he slept with. But Mei Xiaowen kept saying that he wanted to be with her, while he slept with another woman. This was challenging Gu Nianji's bottom line. As Jiang Hongqia had said, Gu Nianji really couldn't adapt to the unwritten rules of their circle. Mei Xiaowen understood what Gu Nianji was trying to say, but he didn't want to admit his relationship with Jiang Hongqia. He was sure that no one else knew about their special relationship, so he kept insisting that Gu Nianji had a change of heart. Gu Nianji was annoyed and busy writing her internship report. She said to Mei Xiaowen, "All right, class rep, I've never liked you, so there's no such thing as a change of heart. I tried my best to like you, but I couldn't do it. It's a mistake to continue doing things that I can't do, and it's irresponsible to others and myself." Mei Xiaowen's face paled at Gu Nianji's words. He slumped on the sofa, his lips trembling. He wanted to lash out, but when he remembered the legal consequences Gu Nianji had mentioned, he regained his rationality. This was the first update. Today's second update should be 2 updates in one, including 5,300 monthly votes and updates. It'll be around 1 p.m. It's the end of the month, so let's all vote for the Major General. Chapter 188. Gu Nianji waited for a long time, but Mei Xiaowen still hadn't spoken, so she decided to hang up. "That's it then. Class rep, I'll mail the necklace you gave me back to you. Thank you for your care and love these past 2 years. I wish you a bright future." Mei Xiaowen composed himself and said quietly, "Nianji, for the sake of our 2 years of friendship, and for the sake of my sincerity towards you, will you say goodbye over the phone?" Gu Nianji was speechless. "Nianji, I've been your classmate for 2 years. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Mei Xiaowen's voice was low, but he had a sober and rational smile on his face. Gu Nianji thought to herself, "I really don't know what kind of person you are. Otherwise, why would you say you'd wait for me, and then get involved with Jiang Hongqia?" She believed 80% of what Jiang Hongqia said, and doubted the validity of the other 20%, because she hadn't seen any concrete evidence. "All right, Nianji, I won't force you if you don't want to be with me. I'm not being mean to you, but I'm not a clingy person." Mei Xiaowen lay on the sofa and propped his legs up on the coffee table. He lit a cigarette and exhaled, "But because you're coming back soon, and it's Christmas Eve, I've already contacted my college classmates to throw you a big welcome party." "No need." Gu Nianji quickly declined, "You guys have fun, I still have things to do." "Nianji, we can't be lovers, but we can at least be friends, right?" Mei Xiaowen stared fixedly at the sculpture of a little angel on the ceiling. "I've already sent you an invitation to welcome you. I didn't say anything else. Can you not do me the honor?" Gu Nianji frowned and didn't speak. She didn't know how to reject him. However, Mei Xiaowen didn't give her any leeway. "Nianji, to tell you the truth, I've already convinced my family to open a new company in the capital just to accompany you to school. I understand that you don't want to be with me right now. But don't be so heartless, okay? Just think of it as a reunion. Your roommates will all be there. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow have already bought plane tickets to the capital from Sea City. Oh. They're going too. Gu Nianji was a little tempted, but she was also very cautious. She didn't want him to make it a fait accompli, so she reminded him, I can come, but you can't pull any tricks at the party. Why would I do that? Mei Xiaoan shook his head with a smile. Do you think I'm that shameless? Why would I ask for a snub if I knew you would reject me? He knew Gu Nianji's personality. She wasn't the kind of person who would compromise for the sake of face. Perhaps it was because she was still young, or perhaps it was because she had never been wronged in her life. Mei Xiaoan vaguely felt that something was amiss, but he didn't think too much about it. At that moment, he only wanted Gu Nianji to attend the party. The invitations had already been sent out, and the special party organizer had already been contacted. The deposit had already been paid, so he didn't want to cancel it. He couldn't lose face in front of his classmates. Moreover, the classmates he had invited this time were all from wealthy and respectable families. They were not students from ordinary backgrounds, except for Gu Nianji. Okay, class rep, I'll trust you this once. Gu Nianji nodded. Give me the address, I'll go. Her ticket was a direct flight from Washington, D.C. to Sea City. Gu Nianji planned to transfer directly to the capital at Sea City International Airport. Mei Xiaoan snapped his fingers, a satisfied smile blossoming on his face. What a good classmate. I'll send you the address, and I'll see you on Christmas Eve. You don't have to bring any gifts, just return the necklace to me. Gu Nianji couldn't have asked for more. She agreed repeatedly before hanging up. She stretched contentedly and continued with her work. After a busy day, she returned to her apartment and contacted her former roommates, Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow. Hello, my three sisters. Gu Nianji waved at them in the video call. She smiled widely as she blew each of them a kiss. Did you miss me? Of course I did. Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow were ecstatic. You're coming back soon, right? Let's meet in the capital. Class rep is throwing a big party in the capital to welcome you back. Gu Nianji saw that what they said matched up with what Mei Xiaoan had said. She was relieved. As long as her three roommates were there, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. During dinner that night, Gu Nianji also told Zhao Liangzi that she would be going to the capital for a reunion after returning to the empire. When Zhao Liangzi heard that Mei Xiaoan had organized it, he mused. He still hasn't given up. No, I've made it clear to him. Although he's not happy, he's not an unreasonable person. Gu Nianji carefully sought Zhao Liangzi's opinion. Brother Zhe, to be honest, I was in the wrong too. I shouldn't have been so impulsive and agreed to his 6-month appointment. Although it's over now, but... Nianji, don't blame yourself. You didn't do anything wrong in this. Zhao Liangzi quickly comforted her. Don't talk about divorce after marriage. Real boyfriends can also break up. You're not even close to him, so why are you talking about who's in the wrong? What right does he have? Just because he's prettier than everyone else. Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. Brother Zhe, I didn't know you had such a sharp tongue. My sharp tongue. That's because you haven't heard Hua Xiao's sharp tongue. Zhao Liangzi clicked his tongue as he savored the aftertaste. Alright, you can go if you want to have a gathering with your classmates. Don't be afraid. Although Zhao Liangzi said she didn't have to be afraid, he still prepared everything for Gu Nianji. The night before they returned to the Huaxia Empire, Zhao Liangzi called Gu Nianji to his room and said mysteriously, Nianji, I'll show you some photos, but you have to swear not to let Hua Xiao know I showed them to you. What photos? Gu Nianji was very curious but still said honestly, if Hua Xiao asks, I won't lie to him. Zhao Liangze rolled his eyes. Do you have to be so obedient? I risked my life for you, and you won't even give me this little bit of face. Brother Zhe. Gu Nianji hugged Zhao Liangze's arm and shook it vigorously. She dragged out her voice and said coquettishly, you know I listen to Huashao the most. I promise, as long as Huashao doesn't ask, I won't tell. Zhao Liangze looked at her sideways. Swear. I swear, if I tell you, I'll. Zhao Liangze didn't have the heart to continue before Gu Nianji could finish. Fine, I believe you. This has nothing to do with Huashao, that's why I'm telling you. As Zhao Liangze spoke, he opened the folder containing the photos of Mei Xiaoan and Jiang Hongqia in bed. These photos weren't the ones they had sent someone to take, but the ones in Jiang Hongqia's cloud account on her phone. They were all taken by Jiang Hongqia herself. Each photo had been photoshopped to make her look stunning. However, the photoshopped photos had been restored by Zhao Liangze, a computer expert, to their original appearance. In order not to poison Gu Nianji's eyes, Zhao Liangze had censored the key parts. Gu Nianji gaped at the photos, then quickly covered her eyes and stomped her feet. Brother Zhe. Why are you showing me these photos? Did you deliberately make me get a needle eye? I've censored it, why would I get a needle eye? Zhao Liangze quickly closed the folder. But it really doesn't look good. The photoshopped photos were fine, but I'm disgusted when I restored them. You actually looked at them carefully. Gu Nianji covered her eyes with one hand and reached out with the other to grab Zhao Liangze's arm and pinch it hard. Zhao Liangze looked tall and handsome, but his body was actually all lean muscles and hard muscles. Gu Nianji's fingers hurt from the pinch, so she quickly let go and shoved Zhao Liangze. Brother Zhe, you're so bad. Zhao Liangze chuckled and handed her an envelope. Take this. If something happens to Mei Xiaoan, throw these photos in his and his lover's faces in front of your classmates. Gu Nianji squinted and saw that there were no photos on Zhao Liangze's computer screen. She opened her eyes and took the envelope from Zhao Liangze's hand. She said fawningly, Brother Zhe is so thoughtful. With these amulets, she wouldn't have to worry about anything going wrong at the party. After packing everything that night, she received a call from He Zhichu before she went to bed. He Zhichu had rarely contacted her over the past 2 months. Most of the time, they communicated via email and rarely called. When Gu Nianji picked up the phone, she thought He Zhichu's voice was unfamiliar. However, He Zhichu said a few words and she quickly became familiar with him. Nianji, have you packed everything? He Zhichu sat in the professor's dorm at B University, the capital of the Huaxia Empire. He spoke to Gu Nianji with his headset on as he worked. I've packed everything. Thank you for your hospitality, Professor He. I'll be returning to the Empire tomorrow. Gu Nianji replied politely. That was how people were, the more polite they were, the more distant they would be. He Zhichu felt stifled but didn't show it. He nodded slightly. Have a safe trip. Okay, thank you, Professor He. Gu Nianji politely said goodbye and hung up. Gu Nianji couldn't sleep anymore. She remembered that Huashao's mission should have ended long ago. She remembered that Zhao Liangze had said it would be around the 17th or 18th of December. Today was already the 22nd. She hesitated for a while and rubbed her phone for a long time. Finally, she mustered her courage and called Huashaoheng. The phone rang for a long time, but no one picked up. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and quickly hung up. It was good that no one picked up. Even if someone picked up, she would have hung up immediately. Now that she understood her feelings, she was becoming more and more timid. She didn't dare to play around like before and only wanted to be closer to him. Gu Nianji had something on her mind that night and couldn't fall asleep. She woke up at 5 the next morning and went to the airport with Zhao Liangze. The two of them had to check in 4 large suitcases before they could transport all of their luggage. Zhao Liangzi saw the dark circles under Gu Nianji's eyes and asked her with a smile, "Too happy to sleep?" Gu Nianji nodded. "Yeah, I was really excited, but I can sleep on the plane." The flight from the United States to the Huaxia Empire was 12 to 14 hours. It was really boring and could sleep the whole way back. He Zichu had bought a first-class ticket for Gu Nianji, and Zhao Liangzi had reimbursed his travel expenses. He had originally been in business class, but after speaking to the stewardess with his handsome face, the stewardess took the initiative to upgrade his cabin for free and moved him to first class. Gu Nianji watched Zhao Liangzi walk proudly to the seat across from her and asked in surprise. "You paid for the ticket yourself?" "I paid for my face." Zhao Liangzi touched his face and winked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji made a nauseous expression and then happily fell asleep. With Zhao Liangzi by her side, she slept especially peacefully. She didn't speak during the flight and really slept for 10 hours before waking up. Zhao Liangzi was also sleeping. Under the dim lights, his face was handsome and bright. Gu Nianji saw several flight attendants come over to cover him with a blanket from time to time. Gu Nianji secretly smiled and took out a facial mask from her backpack to apply. The plane would land in 2 hours, so she had to dress up and return to the Huaxia Empire to meet her friends. Zhao Liangzi also woke up and opened his eyes to see a woman with a pale face sitting across from him. He was shocked, but quickly realized it was Gu Nianji putting on a facial mask. "You're putting on a facial mask on a plane?" Zhao Liangzi snorted. "After spending half a year in the United States, you've become more fastidious. I wasn't even 18 years old before, so I was still a tender minor. Now that I'm older and an adult, of course I need to take care of my skin," Gu Nianji said confidently. Zhao Liangzi, who would be turning 26 after the new year, was so depressed he almost vomited blood. "Be careful. Don't mention age in front of men, especially old men." Zhao Liangzi wanted to glare at Gu Nianji. "My current face is the most popular. I'm a combination of an uncle and a little fresh meat." Gu Nianji laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. "Oh my. My facial mask. Brother Zay, stop talking, my face mask is falling off." Zhao Liangzi saw her laughing happily and couldn't help but laugh too. He stretched out his long leg and kicked her. "Can you go to the capital alone? I just got a message from Big Xiong that I have a mission back." He had been stifled in the United States for the past few months and couldn't wait to return to the base to show off his skills. Gu Nianji nodded quickly. "No problem. I'll stay in the capital for 1 night and fly back the next day." Finally returning to his own territory, Zhao Liangzi contacted his people in the capital and asked them to help watch over Gu Nianji before returning to the base with peace of mind. After they got off the plane, Gu Nianji would directly transfer to the capital at the airport. Zhao Liangzi brought his luggage back to the base. They parted at the airport and Gu Nianji glanced at Zhao Liangzi again. "Brother Zay, do you have any news from Huaxiao?" "Not yet." Zhao Liangzi patted her head. "He should be out soon. We'll pick you up when you get back tomorrow." Gu Nianji nodded and dragged her cherry blossom pink suitcase onto the plane to the capital. The flight from the United States back to Sea City arrived at 11 in the morning, so it took her an hour to leave customs to collect her luggage before boarding the plane to the capital. 3 hours later, at 2 in the afternoon, Gu Nianji left the capital airport, took a taxi, and headed to the address Mei Xiaoan had given her. Mei Xiaoan's address was within the capital's 3rd Ring Road, which was a very good location. This is the second update, 2 updates, a total of 14,000 words, including 5,300 monthly votes and updates. It's the end of the month, so let's all vote for the Major General. Chapter 189. Gu Nianji got out of the taxi and looked up at the high-rise neighborhood. The houses within the capital's third ring road were about the same price as her apartment in City's Finya precinct. The property management and exterior looked similar. The neighborhood was enclosed and there was a security guard on duty at the entrance. The surroundings were beautiful and the roads were clean and tidy. It was far away from the main road outside, so no noise could be heard. It was obviously a high-class residential area. The private cars of the residents and visitors had other entrances. Gu Nianji had come in a taxi, so she had to use the pedestrian passageway. She had to check her ID and get permission from the homeowner before she could enter. Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It was only 2:30 in the afternoon. The weather was cold and gloomy. The clouds were thick and blocked the sun, but the neighborhood already had a strong Christmas atmosphere. There were 2 large decorative Christmas trees at the entrance of the neighborhood. The trees were decorated with all sorts of sparkling decorations. The tips of the trees were dotted with a large 5-pointed star. There were all sorts of small lights and ribbons wrapped around the trees. When the sky turned dark, the lights would light up for the most beautiful time. Gu Nianji looked at the 2 Christmas trees with a smile and dragged her suitcase into the reception room. She said to the security guard at the front desk, "Hello, I'm here to attend the party in room 138, building 5. This is the invitation." As she spoke, she handed over the invitation in her hand. The security guard took the invitation and looked at it. Then he raised his head and looked at her with great surprise. The look in his eyes made Gu Nianji feel a little strange. "Is there a problem?" Gu Nianji asked politely, "Can I go in now?" "Oh, no, please wait a moment." The young security guard blushed and quickly went inside to make a phone call. He must have gone to ask for permission from the homeowner. Gu Nianji wasn't in a hurry. She stood alone in front of the reception room. She was wearing a classic Burberry horn-button jacket, a Hermes blue and violet cashmere silk scarf, tailored wool pants, and knee-high boots. Her long legs were as straight as a line, and she was slender and elegant, with picturesque features. The security uncle and auntie in the room exchanged a tacit look. After a while, the young security guard came out and murmured to Gu Nianji, "The owner of the house is not answering the phone. Please wait outside for a moment." Gu Nianji blinked her watery eyes. Her natural contact lens made the security guard's head spin. He didn't even remember what he had just said. "No one's picking up." "That's impossible." Gu Nianji took out her phone and dialed Mei Xiaowen's number. Soon, Mei Xiaowen's voicemail replied, "Hello, this is Mei Xiaowen. I'm busy right now, so it's not convenient for me to answer your call. Please leave your phone number and something important. I'll get back to you shortly." Gu Nianji, as expected, no one picked up the phone. What happened? Gu Nianji looked at her phone in confusion, then looked up at the security guards. "May I ask if you can make another call? Look at the invitation, it says that the party will start at 2:00. It was already 2:30. How could there be no one here?" The security guard was shy. Seeing that the other guards pretended not to hear, he went in alone and made another call. This time, he came out after 15 minutes and spread his hands at Gu Nianji again. "I'm sorry, still no one's picking up. Then can you let me in?" Gu Nianji was displeased. "Why don't you send someone in with me? Then you'll know if I'm really a guest. That invitation isn't fake." The security guard smiled good-naturedly. "Miss, that's against the rules. We'll get a complaint if we do that. Please don't make things difficult for us, okay?" The rules in this area were very strict. If the owner of the house didn't agree, outsiders would never be allowed in. When Gu Nianji had been unconscious for a week, Mei Xiaowen had repeatedly gone to see her. However, he had been stopped by the security guards in her neighborhood. Chen Lai had ordered the guards not to let anyone in to see Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and didn't make things difficult for them. She turned around to find a place to sit down. A chubby middle-aged security guard walked over and shoved her roughly. Get out, get out. This isn't a place for you. The security guard couldn't bear to see her like this. He turned around and went inside. The security guard uncle crossed his legs and picked up a newspaper with both hands to cover himself. Gu Nianji glanced at them and didn't say anything else. She turned around and left the reception room. A row of holly trees surrounded the perimeter wall of the neighborhood, separating the road from the sidewalk. Gu Nianji dragged her suitcase and waited near the holly tree not far from the entrance. This road was relatively secluded, and there weren't many people coming and going. Most of the people who lived there had their own cars and entered from another entrance. Gu Nianji stood there for a long time and only saw 2 people enter, neither of whom she recognized. After standing there for almost half an hour, Gu Nianji was starting to get annoyed. She took out her phone to call Green Tea Fong, but her phone was turned off. Then she called Little Temptress, but her phone was also turned off. Finally, she called Lady Chow, but she still got nothing. What the F***ck, Gu Nianji grumbled silently to herself. She took out her phone and started playing games. Time passed quickly when she started playing games. When she looked up again, she realized it was getting colder. Her hands and feet were numb from the cold, and the sky was gradually darkening. The weather in the north darkened early in winter. She looked at her phone and saw that it was already 5 o'clock. She waited for more than 2 hours, unbeknownst to her. As she waited by the wall at the entrance of the residential area, she could see this location from the bedroom window of Mei Xiaowen's apartment. Mei Xiaowen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the corner of the room with a cup of hot coffee in his hand. He silently stared at the tall, beautiful figure standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, a trace of indignation and pride flashing in his eyes. I'll wait at the gate for 2 hours first. He looked at his watch and saw that it was already 5 o'clock. If he didn't let her in soon, Little Temptress and the others would go out to look for her. Mei Xiaowen picked up his phone and called the security guard at the entrance. He asked pleasantly, "Is this the security office?" "I'm at room 138, building 5. Is my guest here yet?" The security guard answered the phone, sweating profusely. She's here. I couldn't get through to you, so I didn't let her in." "Thank you, please let her in." Mei Xiaowen put the phone away and turned to find Jiang Hongcha. "Gu Nianji is here." Jiang Hongcha nodded knowingly. "I'll go get ready." Mei Xiaowen turned and walked to the living room. He smiled at his classmates who were having fun playing games. "Keep your voices down, everyone. Nianji is here." "Oh. Nianji is finally here." Little Temptress jumped up. Where is she?" "She'll be right there. I'll go get the door myself." Mei Xiaowen smiled as he walked to the entrance and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Gu Nianji took the VCA necklace Mei Xiaowen had given her and walked to his apartment. The gift box on the necklace was intact. It was the same box Mei Xiaowen had sent her. It had been wrapped in another box on top of the VCA necklace. She entered the elevator and walked out to room 138. Gu Nianji tidied her hair and pressed the doorbell. The doorbell chimed and the door opened quickly. Mei Xiaowen was wearing a cashmere cardigan and gold-rimmed glasses. He stood at the door with a smile and nodded at her. "Nianji, you're here." They hadn't seen each other for half a year, and Gu Nianji had grown up. The trace of childishness on her face had disappeared, and her comic book-like face had gained an air of calmness. However, when she smiled, her red, curvy lips curled up like a seductive kiss. Mei Xiaowen turned his head away. "Come in." Gu Nianji handed the gift box to him and smiled. "Hello, Class Republic, you're so polite. You're even giving me a gift." Mei Xiaoan snapped out of his daze when he saw the gift box. He reached out to take it and teased her. Gu Nianji realized that his voice was unusually loud. She couldn't help but look at him, but didn't say anything. She left the suitcase in the corner of the room. Mei Xiaoan turned around with a smile and waited for her to enter the hallway before closing the door. Nianji. Gu Nianji's 3 roommates ran over and held her hand as they entered. Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, Lady Chow. I haven't seen you in 6 months and you've all become more beautiful. Gu Nianji smiled as she hugged each of her sisters and kissed them. A boy from her class rushed over and opened his arms to Gu Nianji. Classmate Gu, I want a hug too. Hug your head. Go back and hug yourself. Little Temptress pushed the boy away and escorted Gu Nianji to the living room. When they reached the center of the living room, Jiang Hongcha suddenly walked over with the gift box that Gu Nianji had just brought in. She blocked her way. You're Gu Nianji, aren't you? Jiang Hongcha smiled good-naturedly, as if this was the first time she had seen her. We can't accept this gift. Please take it back. Gu Nianji froze. It was the necklace that she had just given to Mei Xiaoan. The 5-flower necklace from VCA was expensive. She wouldn't keep it. This isn't a gift. Gu Nianji said dryly. I'm returning it to Class Republic, is that so? Jiang Hongcha smiled. She reached out and unwrapped the gift box. She opened the lid to reveal its contents. Gu Nianji's heart immediately sank. She saw that the gift box no longer contained the 5-flower necklace from VCA, but a pair of Hugo Boss men's underwear. Gu Nianji looked up at Mei Xiaoan, her expression calm. Her clear eyes stared at Mei Xiaoan. He felt guilty, but he didn't back down. He smiled faintly and said slowly, Nianji, I know you've been begging me for 6 months, but I don't think we're right for each other. I can't force myself. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you. He wrapped his arms around Jiang Hongcha's waist. Hongcha was my first girlfriend. She recently came back from abroad, and I realized that I still love her. Nianji, can you forgive me? The living room was silent for a moment. The students' eyes darted back and forth between Gu Nianji, Mei Xiaoan, and Jiang Hongcha. They were all excited. Gu Nianji blinked and smiled. Class rep, what's going on between you and Miss Jiang? I don't understand it at all. Jiang Hongcha gracefully nudged Mei Xiaoan. Xiaoan, Nianji is still young. Don't treat her like this. She then said kindly to Gu Nianji, don't be shy, little girl. Xiaoan is easily embarrassed. If he's misunderstood you in any way, I'll apologize on his behalf. Wait. Gu Nianji made a paused gesture and looked directly at Jiang Hongcha. Miss Jiang, are you the one who misunderstood me, or am I the one who misunderstood you? Don't pretend that this is the first time you've seen me. When you went to the United States on December 16th to look for me, and showed me photos of you and Mei Xiaoan in bed, I already made it clear to you that Mei Xiaoan and I were never a couple. If he misunderstood me as pursuing him, then it was purely a ploy to boost his social status. You wouldn't be so stupid as to believe it, would you? As she spoke, she took out an envelope and shook it. A stack of photos fell out of the envelope. This was the first chapter. The monthly votes for the second chapter today were 5,400 plus updates. The monthly votes for the new books were all paid off. Around 1 in the afternoon. It's the end of the month. Everyone, please vote for the Major General. Oh, N_N. Oh. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.